it's kind of embarrassing how fortunate I've been to work with so many, just even talking about it now, how many incredible writers I've been able to work with. And it's, you hear the word all the time, but hashtag blessed. You know, I really do mean it. I mean, I'm being glib because I can't get too real, otherwise I have to make a joke. But I've been really, really lucky, and Raphael was no exception, man. What an incredible writer. He wrote a really great pilot that the first time I read it, I thought, wow, this is so funny. And then as we started to do the show, he revealed himself to be such a thoughtful, you know, deep guy who could not only be really funny, but be really poignant at the same time. He really wrote the kind of stuff that I enjoy, which is you can be incredibly funny and incredibly tragic at the same time. Yeah. That's such a feat. You know, I grew up, my favorite film of all time, I talked about it recently on our podcast, was my favorite film of all time is Withnail and I, English film by this guy, Bruce Robinson. Brilliant film. And it was the first time I had ever seen that move before, something that's really, really funny and really, really poignant and quite, you know, sad at the same time. That's kind of the way life is. And, you know, to bring back Flaked, we wanted to have, I never wanted to do a show that was just a comedy or just a drama, because that's not how we experience life. We don't wake up and, you know, our lives, our days are filled with lots of ups and downs and things, funny moments and sad moments, and sometimes, you know, back to back. And I think that Raphael with BoJack Horseman really got that. You know, here was a character who had been to the top, and the top of, in his world, was the entertainment industry, and you just see how kind of success doesn't necessarily mean, success in terms of career does not mean success in terms of a person. Whether it's show business or any business, you have a guy who's, you know, spiritually and morally bankrupt, even though he's at the top of his game, and how incredibly sad and hollow he feels and bitter, and how aware he is of where he's at too. It just, yeah, really extraordinary. And Raphael, I just thought just did an incredible job of bringing that out.
Will, thanks so much for the time, man. This was a total blast. Congratulations on Lego Masters. Congratulations on Smartless and all the stuff you're doing. I'm a fan. It's great to see you.
Thanks, Willie. Great to talk to you, man.
Hey, Today All Day, if you can't live without coffee, trust us, you're not alone. But up next on Saucy, Anthony Contrino is sharing his favorite ways to use espresso with 4 recipes that will get you buzzing, including a show-stopping tiramisu and an espresso martini with a twist.
Italians love their coffee, and I am no exception. Whenever I'm in Italy, my first stop every day is to a coffee bar. In the mornings, it's for a cappuccino, and then later on in the day, a shakerato. And of course, I love coffee-flavored desserts. First, I'm going to show you how to make the perfect pot of espresso using a mocha pot. Then we'll shake up my favorite coffee beverage, a shakerato. For dessert, an Italian's favorite pick-me-up, tiramisu. And then a delicious cocktail that you can't live without, an espresso martini. So if you love coffee as much as I do, come along and let's get buzzed. A mocha pot is a stove-top coffee maker that you will find in pretty much every Italian household. And it's quite easy to use. This comes in this hourglass shape, and all you need is some espresso and some hot water, which I already have in the bottom half of my pot. Then you want to take your coffee filter, and I'm using coffee that's ground for espresso. There are different types of grinds out there, so make sure it says espresso grind, and then slide it right into the bottom half of your mocha pot. All that's left to do is screw on the top half. You want to get a tight seal to trap the steam in. Once you put it on the heat, the water is going to boil and the pressure is going to push it through those grinds into the upper cavity. Okay, I'm going to put this on medium heat. That's all there is to it. This is gonna take about 8 minutes, so I think I'm gonna start making some lunch. Nothing beats a good sandwich for lunch, and today I'm gonna be making one of my favorites, a mortadella and provolone panino. It's sort of like a bougie bologna and cheese sandwich. Now, this sandwich is delicious because of 2 components, and one of those is a garlic butter. This garlic butter is quite simple to make. 4 tablespoons of softened butter. You know me, I always need to use a bougie butter. $1 for every time I say the word bougie today. And then garlic, but 2 ways. First, just a little bit of fresh garlic. Fresh garlic is so pungent and just kind of hits you right away with that garlicky flavor. But then I also like to add just a pinch of garlic powder. It's a little bit more well-rounded and it hits you a little after the fact. So that garlic flavor is there with every bite. Just kind of stir it and mash it all together. Set this aside now that it's nice and well combined. Next, the other thing that really adds a little extra something special to this panino is an artichoke spread. It adds this creaminess, this freshness to the sandwich that I think you're really gonna enjoy. It all starts with just a can of artichoke hearts. I've drained it, and now I'm going to rip off the leaves. I just want the creamy heart for this recipe. And last one, right into our mini chopper. Now just for the last few ingredients. Instead of salt, I'm using pecorino. It's gonna melt into our sandwich and it's also going to season it. It's nice and salty, and if you haven't heard me say it 100 times, it's one of my favorite cheeses. So a tablespoon of that, and then 3 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil. And last but not least, just a couple of cracks of black pepper. Put on your lid, give it a couple of pulses. We're just looking for a nice spreadable consistency. This looks great and it smells delicious. Now all that's left to do is to put everything all together. So I'm using some sliced bread. This is the kind of bread that my grandmother used to have for us growing up. You could find it in most bakeries, just a good boule, Italian boule. So first we take our garlic butter and spread a nice thin layer onto one side of the bread. Make sure you get every crevice, every nook and cranny of this bread. And same thing. Now, flip one of the pieces upside down so that the butter is on the bottom. When we put this in, the butter will be on the outsides of the sandwich, and it's kind of gonna be like inside out garlic bread. Up next, our artichoke tapenade. Just enough to cover our bread. Tastes better on the sandwich than it does on the board, I'll tell you that much. Okay, next up, mortadella. Mortadella is one of my favorite cold cuts, as we would say here. It's fatty, it's so flavorful. This one has gorgeous specks of pistachio in it, and it's just so delicious. I like to pile it on. Sandwich is all about the fillings. I think I'll do one more piece just because why not, right? And then some provolone. This cheese will melt nicely and it's just gonna provide a nice, sharp flavor to the sandwich. Cover it up, butter side on top, and it's ready for our panini press. You can hear that sizzling already. We're gonna cook this low and slow, about 3 to 5 minutes until it's nice and golden brown. I can hear the butter kind of sizzling. Can you hear it? I think it's done. Oh, yes, it is. Carefully slide it to the board. Look at the cheese. Oh, crispy where it hit the griddle. Now that this panino is ready, all that's missing is a perfect beverage to serve alongside it. I'm gonna show you how to make my favorite coffee beverage, a shakerato. It is not very popular here, but I think you'll love it. I usually drink coffee with a lot of milk or creamer in it, and this has none of that, but it doesn't need it. It's so delicious. I'm gonna take a shaker, I'm gonna fill it generously with ice. No need for bougie ice here. Then our demerara sugar. It's an unrefined sugar and it's relatively coarse. Then our freshly brewed espresso. 2 shots right on top. And then cover it up. I like to cheat because I'm nervous. Don't want to be wearing it. Wrap it in a towel and now just shake, shake, shake vigorously. At least 20 to 30 seconds until you feel like you're gonna die. Don't give up. Okay, my arms hurt. See? Saved myself from wearing that. While you might not need bougie ice, this drink calls for a bougie glass. And shake it out. The sugar creates this foam. Keep going. We want all that coffee and all of this beautiful, slightly sweet foam. And that's all there is to it. I can't wait to dig in. This drink is so simple, but so perfect. It's just a marriage made in heaven. Can't get enough of it. Now this truly is the perfect lunch.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Tiramisu is the quintessential coffee-flavored Italian dessert, and it's the perfect balance of coffee-soaked ladyfinger biscuits, savoiardi, and the delicious, decadent mascarpone cream. The first thing we need to do is work on our coffee silk. I reserved the rest of the coffee from this afternoon's mocha pot, and I brewed another one. We need 2 cups of our espresso. So a 1/4 cup of sugar is going to go into this, along with a 1/2 teaspoon of vanilla, just for a little extra flavor. That's all that we need for our soak. Whisk it up to dissolve all that sugar. Perfect. We'll let this cool now while we work on the remaining components of our tiramisu. Now I'm going to make the mascarpone cream. This is my favorite part of a tiramisu. It is so tasty. I honestly could sit there with a spoon and just eat the cream as is, but I'm gonna be nice enough and show you how to make the tiramisu from start to finish. We need eggs, both the yolks and some of the whites. I need 4 of the whites and 6 yolks. Super important that you don't get any yolk or fat into your whites, or they're not going to whip up later. First, we're gonna start with our egg yolks. And I'm making what's called in the French pastry kitchen a pâte à bombe, which is simply egg yolks, some sugar, and flavoring. My flavoring of choice for this is a dry marsala wine. Not sweet. We have enough sweetness going on with all the sugar that we're adding, and our Savoiardi biscuits. Going to add 2 tablespoons of this. Then some sugar. We'll add a 1/4 cup to this. Some salt. 1/2 teaspoon of that. And we'll throw a 1/2 teaspoon of vanilla in as well. When baking, I like to add like flavors to separate components to kind of tie them all together. Now, grab a whisk. Give this a quick initial stir just to combine everything. And then I set up a double boiler situation where I have 1 inch of simmering, barely simmering water, and we're going to place this on top and whisk away to slowly begin to thicken this mixture, cook the eggs the slightest bit, and to dissolve the sugar. Carefully nestle this right on top. The bottom of your bowl should not be touching the water, and then just whisk away until it begins to thicken. It will lighten in color. You can see the texture starting to change already. It's thickening slightly. It's a beautiful, silky texture. You can really smell that masala coming out of this. You can see how much this is lightened in just a couple of minutes. I don't feel any granules of sugar, which means that it's ready to go. You want to transfer this straight to a stand mixer. I have it fitted with the whisk attachment. And now over medium high. Let it go until it cools down. It'll be cool to the touch, and this will thicken up even more. Perfect. It's no longer warm, it's pretty much room temp, and you can see how it's thickened, and we're getting these beautiful ribbons. Thank goodness for this machine, because I can't even imagine how hard it would be to do this by hand. Up next, one of our star ingredients, mascarpone cheese. It's basically the Italian version of cream cheese. It's the best way to describe it. And I'm using a full 16-ounce container. And just add that right into our yolk mixture. Get that all in there. Okay. Put that back on. And you want to mix this just until it's combined. If you over whip it, you can break this batter. This looks delicious already. Set this aside. And onto our whites. So we have our 4 reserved egg whites, and to that, a final 1/4 cup of sugar. Add that in. Start with a clean, fresh whisk attachment. Once you see it starting to form ribbons just like this, you can bump it up a notch. That's perfect. We're not looking for super stiff peaks here, just soft to medium peaks. We're nearly there. All that's left to do is to combine our 2 egg mixtures, and we have our mascarpone cream all ready for assembly. Add about 1/3 of your whites and gently fold/stir it in. This is to soften the yolk mixture to make it easier to fold in the remaining whites. These egg whites are going to lighten the overall mascarpone cream and just give it this beautiful, airy, moussey consistency. Be very gentle, folding it over so that you don't deflate those egg whites. This looks great. Now that we have our 2 main components, our coffee soak and our mascarpone cream ready to go, I'm gonna do a little tidying up to make some room for the fun part, the assembly. Grab yourself a casserole dish. I'm using a 7x11, but a 9x13 will work for this recipe. You'll just need a few extra lady fingers, but you'll have plenty of coffee and plenty of cream. Grab your savoiardi or lady fingers. They're super crispy and feel hard, but they are made for things like this. They're going to just absorb that coffee instantly and get nice and soft and give us the best mouthfeel when we bite into our tiramisu. The trick is to be quick. If you leave it in the coffee too long, it's gonna absorb too much of it and disintegrate and lose its wonderful texture. So 1 at a time, boom, it's all it needs. And then start lining your casserole dish. The first ones have already begun to soften, where I can kind of squish them down. Let's see if I can add 1 more savoiardi. Perfetto. Now that our bottom layer of cookies are in, it's time for the layer of mascarpone cream. Scoop half of this cream right on top. That looks about right. Then with your offset spatula, gently caress it over our cookies, evenly spreading it from corner to corner. Okay, that looks great. Now for another layer of our savoiardi. At this point, you don't have to, but I just can't help myself. I'm gonna just put a little zigzag pattern on top just to make it the extra littlest bit prettier. Gorgeous.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh yes.
With Xfinity X5.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Big sad. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it! Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Let's get this bad boy unwrapped. You can see the cream has kind of set. All it's missing is just a little bit of a garnish, some cocoa powder. You want to be nice and delicate, gently tapping your strainer to get just wisps of this gorgeous cocoa powder. And finally, it's time to dig in. I think I want this corner piece. Glides right in there. Those lady fingers have softened beautifully. Can you see those layers? The lady fingers have truly absorbed all of that coffee, and there's very little of the actual cookie left. It's super soft, and those gorgeous layers of cream. I can't wait to take a bite. This is definitely the perfect pick-me-up and one of my favorite ways to enjoy coffee. Ooh, and it looks like I have a little bit of espresso left. Don't worry, I have another sweet trick up my sleeve.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it!
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Big sad. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm not much of a drinker, but when a cocktail tastes like dessert, I can definitely get down with it. The first espresso martini is credited to a British bartender who first served it in the 1980s. But unlike most nightcaps, this one packs a punch and will keep you up at night and keep that party going. So take it easy. People love this drink because it's so easy to make. The classic version has 3 ingredients, but I like to add a little something special to mine. Start with a cocktail shaker, of course. Something to measure everything in. A strainer. And some booze. I'm using vodka and coffee liqueur in this. The first step is to load your cocktail shaker with some ice. Then I took the leftover espresso that I had, threw it in the fridge to get it nice and cold, and I'm going to add 2 ounces straight into our cocktail shaker. Up next is our vodka, 1.5 ounces of that. Right on in. Then for a little extra punch and additional coffee flavor, some coffee liqueur, just 1/2 ounce. Then for my little extra ingredient, sweetened condensed milk. It's a little unconventional, but it adds a little sweetness and just a little more creaminess. And it's a little reminiscent of like a Vietnamese iced coffee. 1 tablespoon of that right on top. Then just like our shakerado, we want to shake this vigorously. Get all those ingredients well combined, at least 15 seconds. Okay, our shaker is super frosty. And if you thought my shakerado glass was bougie, you ain't seen nothing yet. Look at that bad boy. Grab your strainer. Look how delicious, how creamy. Get every last bit of that. Now, if I didn't already have a decadent dessert waiting for me, what I would do is make an espresso martini affogato. First, I would shake up an espresso martini, just like this one. Then I would fill a glass with 2 scoops, 3 if I really feel like treating myself, of premium vanilla ice cream. Pour that delicious martini right on top and enjoy. But for now, this will definitely do the trick. Cheers. You can never have too much coffee.
Our next guest is no stranger to the big stage. In fact, he is one of the original kings of comedy.
D.L. Hughley starred in his own sitcom, The Hughleys, in the 1990s, of course, and is now a New York Times best-selling author.
His newest book, How to Survive America, takes a deep dive into the struggles Black and brown people face every day in our country. And he's here to talk to us about it. D.L., good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, you guys. How y'all doing?
We're doing great, and glad to see you're doing well too.
Thank you.
Yeah. So tell us, how did you come about writing this book?
Well, I had COVID. I passed out on stage, and I was at home, under quarantine, and I happened to catch the Surgeon General at the time, Rome Adams, and he was on, and he was basically telling Black and brown people to stop drinking and smoking and eating poorly. And it occurred to me that no matter what the circumstance is, Black people are always the number one suspect in their own demise. The fact that this was a pandemic that was basically destroying the world, everything was locked down, but for some kind of way, there was something in our behavior that predisposed us to it. Notwithstanding the environmental impacts of things we have, the fact that we can't eat certain foods because they're so far away, the fact that we have negligence in the medical community, but there always seems to be a special dispensation for whatever happens to us, as if it's our fault.
Yeah.
And I was recuperating, and I was like, so whenever something like that happens, I either write a book or I write a joke.
There you go.
And you did write the book. So, but first, we reached out to Dr. Adams, and he said in part both personal responsibility and fostering a society and health system that engenders trust and facilitates equitable access to healthy choices is necessary to heal our nation. So we just wanted to make sure we got that in too.
But it's interesting to say, this is from an administration that told us bleach was an antidote for the coronavirus. Now, bleach is great for Trump supporters because it's great for whites, but it's hell on colors, I'll tell you that. So I think it's interesting to have these conversations in the light of the fact that hundreds of thousands of people have died and are dead in large part because of negligence and incompetence. And you can't, there's no getting around it.
DL, I want to ask you more about when you collapsed on stage. I'd imagine,
Right.
I mean, the way you were treated, you probably had some resources that a lot of other folks wouldn't be able to have in that moment. So can you talk to me about how that kind of changed your perspective on what was going on?
Well, I passed out on stage, and I obviously had no idea what was going on. And originally, they were going to take me to the ghetto hospital, you know, the one on Martin Luther King Boulevard. But then they found out through some kind of way I ended up getting transferred to a Saint. You know, I think it was St. Vincent or St. Thomas. And the care was excellent. I remember when I got announced that I had COVID, I go back to the hotel. The hotel kicked me out. The airlines wouldn't fly me. I had to try to get a private jet who wouldn't fly me. And I got on the phone finally with a bunch of friends I'm on the thread with, like Don Cheadle and George Lopez, and said they intended Chris Spencer and Anthony Anderson. And together, they had to call their resources and say, look, if you don't fly this man home, we're not going to use you. So absent those two things, I don't know what the outcome would have been. I don't know that had I gone somewhere else and not gotten the excellent care I got when I went to the hospital, had I not had the resources and the connections and friendships that enabled me to kind of leave that, I'd been a homeless, a homeless sick dude walking around Nashville. But and it made me lament how that the way you're treated has a lot to do with the kind of influence and access you have.
So you take all of those feelings and you sit down and you start crafting this book. Tell us about it.
Sure. What I noticed is that there isn't a significant difference between what happened with the Spanish flu and now. There was always this indifference and blaming of people of color, no matter what. I mean, you don't have to go much further than the George Floyd trial to know that apparently he died from everything except a knee on his neck. If you hear some of the witnesses, one of the expert witnesses, and I think that there's a tendency to believe that this is a new phenomenon. But the indifference of our suffering, or the belief that some kind of way we were complicit in the things that have happened to us, is a notion that's prepared. Before there was a notion of black on black crime, before we had modern technology, there were people who were dying because people believed that it was our behavior that caused our dilemma. And I think that that's been fairly consistent, no matter what. Even the president at that time refused to realize it was, to acknowledge that it was real. He also got sick and denied. Yeah. So the more we see refuse to learn from history, we definitely repeat it.
You know, I would be wondering, DL, if you were to reboot the Hughleys today, would it be a different show? Would it address this? And are you thinking about rebooting it to address those issues?
We actually are. Well, I'd like to reboot it before any number of reasons. I think that, you know, whatever your skill set is should amplify your perspective. We live in a country right now where when the coronavirus hit and we were closed down, churches were closed, but liquor stores was open. So you can Zoom Jesus, but not Jack Daniels. So there is an interesting. I have a family now who my son is autistic. I have a gay daughter. I have a daughter who just had a grandchild, and so my life is impacted by all the experiences that I've had, and also I've just got a chance to see the world through such a different lens because the pandemic, I think, narrowed our focus. And one of the great things about it is I think it laid the groundwork for us having different types of conversation that we wouldn't have been comfortable.
So will you reboot the show?
So I definitely would. I think we're working on it right now. I don't know that it'll come back in the same incarnation, but there's going to be a guy with his family, and my last name is Hughley, so I guess it will. That'll never change. But I really am interested in just using humor to have conversations that people are uncomfortable with, and television is a wonderful medium for that.
Well, you always make us think. DL, thank you so much for being here. The book is called How to Survive America.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our next guest went viral for all the right reasons. Rob Kenney grew up without a dad. So during the pandemic, he launched his own YouTube page, Dad, How'd I do?
And Rob offered some helpful dad advice and lessons with videos tackling how to shave, check your tires, mow the lawn, and tie a tie.
So we go ahead and flip up our collar, take the tie, put the fat side down. This is an important part because you want, at the end, you want the tie to come out right about your waistline. Looks cool that way. Perfect. Looks good.
What's weird is I use that video every morning in my dressing room, time by time. Now, Rob has over 3 million subscribers, and he also has a new book out. It's called Dad, How Do I? Practical Dad Advice for Everyday Tasks and Successful Living. Good to see you again, Rob Kenney. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you so much for having me on, Craig. I remember our interview very well from last year.
Yeah, last summer, sort of at that, when this pandemic really started, we got together for a Zoom, and I asked what you expected after posting that first video, and you said maybe 30, 40 subscribers. Suffice to say, you've far exceeded that. You've become the internet's dad. That's what they call you out there on the interwebs. Is that a title that you embrace, Rob?
I'm okay with it. It's not something I'd ever call myself. But if other people are going to call me that, I think I can deal with it.
Rob, I want to talk about your upbringing a bit. I know there were 8 kids. Your parents split when you were 13. At times, because your father kind of walked away, you were raised by an older brother. What was that time in your life like?
Yeah, it was difficult. When I was 14, I went to live with my older brother, Rick, and he was 23 at the time. 23 now is just a kid, too. And he was newly married, and I moved in with him. Yeah, so that was his wedding. So just a few months later, I moved in with him and his wife in a trailer, and, it was a difficult time for sure. And so anyway, I think a big part of my book is, dealing with being able to forgive my dad for that. So anyway.
Well, Rob, how did that moment, giving forgiveness to your dad, how did that change your life?
Yeah. So I shared the struggle in my book because it wasn't easy, and I people have been through worse stuff than I've been through. But for my own self, I think I was waiting for my dad to ask for forgiveness, and meanwhile, my own life was passing by. And so when I finally understood that I needed to let it go for my own health, it's that whole saying of when, unforgiveness is like drinking poison and hoping it somehow hurts the other person. It was killing me. And so by being able to let go of that, it was a big turning point in my life.
Wow.
Rob, it would be a wasted opportunity if we did not ask the internet's dad for some practical advice. So we just saw the video on how to tie a tie. What about polishing shoes, Rob? I knew this is a question you get a fair amount of time, a fair amount on the YouTube page. How does a guy polish shoes, or a woman as well?
For a friend?
Yes.
Well, I was prepared to follow shoes. Can I talk about the book a little bit more?
Sure.
Just real quick, because I think it's important. The heart of my channel. Let me just share one quote from my channel. I say, what matters to me is not so much that you learn how to tie a tie or polish shoes. It's that you learn and feel deeply within yourself that somebody cares for you. I think the unique thing about my channel is that I'm trying to give hope to people. You know, I'm not the greatest shoe polisher. I'm not the greatest tie tire, although Craig's watching me every morning. You know, so really the heart behind it is trying to walk alongside people and give them encouragement. And so in my book, I walk through some character traits that I learned from my siblings because, you know, we needed each other. When things kind of fell apart, so we looked to each other to rally around each other. And so I walked through, and my oldest sister was Mary, kind of kept family was important to her. My brother Tim was about having a backbone. My brother Rick was about a work ethic, and my sister Lori was about encouragement. And then my brother Joe was about don't hesitate. You know, if you got to make a decision, move. You know, analysis paralysis. And then my brother Don was about being generous, living life with an open hand. And so I had the benefit of being able to learn from them. So anyway, I can show you how to polish shoes.
We'll do that again next time, Rob.
Yeah, we'll put it on. We'll come back for that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Rob Kinney, thank you again. The book, by the way, it's called Dad, How Do I? And it is out now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it!
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's a new book out now by Jean Becker. It's called The Man I Knew. And Jen, it's kind of personal to you. It's all about your grandfather.
Yeah, it sure is. And Jean worked closely with both of my grandparents for a number of years. First as deputy press secretary for my grandmother when she was first lady, and then moved on to work as my grandfather's chief of staff for nearly 25 years. Jean held a very special place in my Gampy's heart, and I got to sit down with her and started by asking her about that tough year when my grandfather left the White House.
For the first couple of months after he lost the election, he was much quieter than usual.
Jean Becker became chief of staff for my grandfather, George Herbert Walker Bush, in 1994, shortly after he left the White House.
And he sort of took his time to figure out what he wanted the next chapter in his life to be. He did surprise your grandmother with a cruise on what I call the Love Boat. Can you imagine being on a princess cruise and run into George and Barbara Bush?
Is it truly so commercial?
And he booked it without telling her. He surprised her. which is, I hope she remembered to pack a swimsuit.
I'd never seen it before, but he wrote this list of things that can help somebody get over losing the presidency of the United States, which also is kind of a guide to life, to anybody that's had heartbreak or failure.
Number one, get out of Dodge fast. Your history on that cold January day, so be pleasant about it. Smile a lot. Always count your blessings. And here's my favorite, number 10, hug your grandkids.
It makes me want to cry already. What was it about him that you most admired?
He knew how to handle the speed bumps in life. And as you know, he had a lot. He was shot down during World War II. They lost their daughter Robin to leukemia. He lost the election. He was so resilient. He knew how to pick himself up, dust himself off, and move on, and do great things.
In her new book, The Man I Knew, Jean gives us a glimpse into the man beyond the presidency, a devoted husband, a proud father, and a loving Gampy.
He sent this email to all of you, and I just love it. I'm a very happy Gampy. My legs don't bend too well. As you know, I had to give up fly fishing off the rocks, but there is plenty left to do, plenty of wonderful things. I think of all of you an awful lot. I just wonder how each of you is doing in life, in college, in school. If you need me, I am here for you because I love you very much. This comes from your devoted Gampy.
Of course, you love traveling to some of the incredible places that you got to go, but one of your favorite places to go with Gampy was to the grocery store and to Sam's Club. Why is that so?
Because it was surreal. People were just stunned. They would get a flatbed pulling cart and walk around the store. Your grandfather bought a huge thing of Cheetos at least a couple times a month. I'm telling you, Jenna, there's still Cheetos here in Houston somewhere. grandfather bought.
I just love that. The other thing that it didn't surprise me, but I thought of Gampy this way, but I loved hearing it from you, was that he was such an idea person.
Your grandfather would come in the office about 7 o'clock every morning, and he would sit down at my desk and say, Jean, I have an idea. And sometimes it would be something as simple as getting pizza, but then it would be, I think I'm going to start parachuting. And I will tell you, Jenna, one of my great regrets of being your grandfather's chief of staff, I wish I wore a helmet cam on my head when I would go back to the Secret Service and say, good morning, how are you all today? Oh yeah, President Bush is going to start parachuting. Or we're going to go back to Chichijima in the middle of the South Pacific and there's no airport there. And the looks on their faces.
One thing that you got to witness at Sam's Club and everywhere, all over the world, was my grandparents' relationship. And 73 years of marriage.
Your grandmother used to say in her speeches and to young people that for a marriage to work, each partner had to give 55%.
She told me 75, but I think that was just particularly for me. And Henry to work.
The best story happened about a week before your grandmother died. Your grandfather was in the hospital. Your grandmother was on her way back to the hospital by ambulance. He said, well, I want to go see her. And Jenna, he looked awful. I tried to fix his hair, but there was nothing I could do with it. It was standing straight up like this. And he had on an oxygen mask, he had on a hospital gown, and he just sat there holding her hand. It was so sweet. And all of a sudden, your grandmother opened her eyes and looked at him and said, my God, George, you are devastatingly good looking. And then she closed her eyes again and went back to wherever she was.
Jean spent nearly a quarter of a century as one of my grandfather's most trusted confidants. And since his death in November 2018, she's worked passionately to share his legacy.
During that funeral week, people just couldn't quit talking about him enough and what a great man he was and everything he accomplished. You know, he was very modest, but I'm thrilled that he lived to see history understood him. History finally got his heart and soul.
Okay.
That is so incredibly poignant. And I like the story she told about how she was holding his hand at the very end.
Yeah, the last words that that he ever said to her, she coughed, and he was holding her hands, and he said, "Jean, are you okay?" And those were the last words, and she thinks it was a double meaning.
Right.
You know, are you okay?
With me,
but
yeah,
also,
me
are
going.
you going to be okay?
Oh.
And then, you know, the last words he ever said were to my dad, and they were, "I love you." So Jean's book, The Man I Knew, is out now. I love that I got to speak with her and celebrate him, and you can check it out now at today.com/shop.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a love story born on Broadway. Amanda Klutz and Nick Cordero first became friends in 2014 while appearing in the musical Bullets Over Broadway. Amanda was in the ensemble and Nick played a lead alongside actor Zach Braff. They tied the knot in New York City in 2017. Almost 2 years later, Amanda gave birth to a baby boy named Elvis. But their happiness was cut short. At age 41, Nick became ill with what doctors first thought was pneumonia, but was later confirmed to be coronavirus. By late March of 2020, Nick was hospitalized. He was placed in a medically induced coma and put on a ventilator. For the next 3 months, Amanda used social media to provide updates and receive support.
There isn't much I can do. I'm here and I can't be at the hospital, but I can play his music. And I really do believe that that is going to help.
Every day, thousands of her friends and followers sang and danced to Nick's song, Live Your Life. There were moments filled with hope.
Dada is awake! Yay!
But on July 5th, after 95 days of fighting the disease, Nick passed away. Now, 1 year later, Amanda is sharing her memories of Nick, his music, and his legacy in the book, Live Your Life. And joining us now is our friend Amanda Klutz. Boy, watching that journey again, I just wonder where you are today in this moment.
Hi, ladies. It's so nice to see you this morning.
You too.
I know watching that video got me emotional. But you know, guys, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Every day is a journey, you know. The roller coaster of grief has a lot of ups and downs and twists and turns. I am so happy and proud of this book. I really am. It's so wonderful to see so many people reading it. I got the most lovely messages yesterday from people, from my followers, from friends, and it's just wonderful to see people receiving the book and reading it and loving it, and you know, just not letting Nick's memory go away.
Yeah, Amanda, the book is really beautiful, and I particularly liked how you wrote about grief. And after Nick passed away, you Googled stages. Where am I in this grief process? And you basically realized that the stages of grief aren't for you, that that's not how you grieve.
Yes, Jenna, I am a very type A kind of girl. So I was like, okay, grief, Google, what am I supposed to do? Give me the instructions. And they didn't really apply to me. When Nick passed, I write this in the book, and there's a lot that you'll read in the book that I wasn't able to share at the time, especially how he passed and those days that he passed and the days after. I just felt almost like I wasn't allowed to go to the hospital anymore, that he was still there, but I wasn't allowed in. So for me, I didn't go through those first stages of grief. At first, I kind of just kept going, kept doing my normal daily activities. It hit me weeks later. And but my overall theme for grief is that I know Nick would want me to move forward. I know he would want me to find joy. I know he would want me to be the strongest woman and mother I could possibly be. So I always keep that in the back of my head.
Well, when we see beautiful Elvis there, I was just so stunned to think 2 years old. And I can only imagine, his memories are going to be very just sparse about his dad, obviously. But what are you already telling him about Nick?
I just make sure to include Nick in everything we do. I say good morning, and I sing a song to Elvis, and I say good morning, good morning, good morning to you, good morning to Elvis, good morning to Mama, good morning to Dada. We kiss Dada goodnight every night. We listen to Nick's music. I tell him that Dada visits him in his dreams. I just always include Nick in everything we do. I just don't want his memory to die. And I know that Elvis one day will be able to read this book and know his father's true story, which I'm so grateful for.
Yeah. The other thing you write about and you've said is that you've never felt closer to God than those days in the hospital, which may seem to some people like, how is that possible? You're losing the love of your life, but you've kept your faith.
Yes, Jenna, I just buckled down. I've realized in retrospect, in the hardest times of my life, going through my divorce and then losing Nick, I just go right down to my faith, and I give that burden to God. And yes, I still carry it. Yes, I was in the hospital, still terrified, but at least I gave the bulk of that to a higher power. And when you do that, it lifts that weight off of you. And I really did, and I still do this day, have a deeper understanding and stronger faith because of what we went through. And I know that God is with us, that God is with Nick, that God was with us during that time. I felt that presence every single day.
Well, Amanda, I just want to show you something. This is what I wore into work today. In your honor. I have to say, Amanda's always putting goodness out in the world. I know that these T-shirts that you've been selling them, and every time I put this on, and I have a couple of them, I think about you, and I think about everything that you are going through, and what a bright light you are. So we just want to say thank you, and thanks for putting these words on paper, and I'm sure it'll be a real healing element for a lot of folks.
Well, thank you so much, you guys. Hoda, I read your book every morning, just so you know.
Highlights for Children is celebrating its 75th anniversary.
And I was so excited to do this story. I sat down with two of the company's leaders who also happen to be descendants of the founders, and they shared a rich history of family, learning, and lots of fun with a purpose.
I think the secret is always to look at the world through the kids' eyes.
If you've ever waited in the doctor's office, chances are you've seen the bright covers of Highlights magazine and the hidden picture puzzles inside. Like this one, where you might find a lollipop, an ice cream cone, even a toothbrush. But Pat Mickelson knows that there's a lot more to the history of her family's business than pictures. What began as a magazine 75 years ago has expanded across multiple platforms to reach more than 10 million young readers in 40 countries.
Can you take me back to the beginning and how it all started?
It started with my grandparents.
Gary Cleveland Myers, a child psychologist, and Caroline Clark Myers, an educator, dreamed of starting a magazine for children.
They really wanted to make something that would be very, very special to help children grow.
So in 1946, they started Highlights in Honesdale, Pennsylvania.
How was it received right off the bat?
Within 2 or 3 months, they had over 5,000 subscribers. That's going door to door to door because that's the only way that magazines were sold back then.
But that success was not without its setbacks.
They very quickly found out that creating a magazine could be very expensive, and they really needed to find other ways to get that magazine into children's hands. They almost went bankrupt.
In 1950, the 50 cents per issue publication was on the verge of collapse, so Pat's parents decided to join the company and suggest something new.
My parents began to experiment with direct marketing through the mails and through putting it in doctor's offices. Those are the things then that really made Highlights grow.
Then, after 10 successful years, came tragedy in December 1960.
2 planes collided over New York City, and my parents died in that crash.
I mean, how do you move on from that? Not just as a company, but as a family.
Any family that's experienced that kind of tragedy will tell you, you just do. You can continue on with this dream.
Since then, the company has distributed more than 1.3 billion editions, celebrating every anniversary along the way, from their 10th to their 50th and now 75th. And leadership remains in the family. The founder's great-grandson, Kent Johnson, is the current CEO.
We put love into every page to have the greatest possible impact on the kid that's going to receive that magazine. The secret is it's really hard work of people who are professionally dedicated to this idea of helping children become their best selves.
Highlights also aims to represent all children, from those who wear hijabs to those with same-sex parents. And the magazine is acting as an outlet to help kids understand their world.
I remember a story from a couple magazines ago about a little girl who had 2 homes. I've never talked to my son about divorce before. You know, I just haven't had the need to. And his immediate response is, so-and-so in school also has 2 homes. And it just told a story to him that was normalized.
It's through story that we build empathy for the others around us.
Young readers can even send a letter to the staff on any topic that's important to them.
Do they all get read, or is there just a pile of letters somewhere?
From the very beginning, every child's letter has been read. That's over 2.5 million.
Wow.
And counting. Everyone's asleep, thanks to curious kids like my own son, Cal. Oh, we read it. Like, as soon as it comes in the mail, we read it every night at dinner. It just became his favorite thing. So to date, get this, Highlights has hidden more than 2,000 pencils and bananas and toothbrushes across nearly 10,000 hidden picture puzzles. And take a look at this one. They designed a special one just for us. So you want to head to our Instagram page at Third Hour Today to see if you can find all of the images inside. I've started to look, and I'm like, I don't see a few. So
in this issue, they've got dad's jokes.
Oh, that's you.
Do you know what dinosaurs used to make hot dogs?
No, what?
Jurassic pork.
But you got laughter
That's so
from
old,
everyone.
I fell off my dinosaurs.
You've got material for days now.
Oh my gosh.
I could do a whole magazine of these.
No, to bring this full circle, and before we move on, the fact that you read it as a child, for me, it changed my life in my grandpa's doctor's office. For you, and now you're reading it to Calvin. I mean, it just goes to show. Anyway.
It's got staying power. It is. All right.
I could do without the timber toes, though.
Which I loved.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And when we talk reading, JBH.
Oh, yes.
You got a really inspiring, you got an inspiring story.
We got to move back with these kids. We're blocking these kids.
Oh, we shouldn't block them, but I had the best day, y'all. The fraternity brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi are adding some extra classroom time to their already busy college schedules. They travel from all over the country to visit elementary schools like the Promise Academy in Harlem to read to kids and hopefully spark a love of literature. The Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity brothers are hitting the books. Children's books.
The book we're going to read today is Tommy and the Greedy Cat.
The college students spend their spare time leading a hands-on books program at elementary schools and a partnership with nonprofit Room to Read.
It was Tommy, she said.
It's all to promote literacy skills and a lifelong passion for reading.
Oh, who wants to read another book? Okay, good.
35 fraternity chapters aim to reach thousands of students across the nation this year.
You see the smiles on their faces just from taking a few minutes to read a book. And they speak about, how reading used to not be fun and now we can make it fun.
How'd you feel about that book?
Great.
In the book's pages, a cultural connection. The African American fraternity shares books written by South African authors.
I think it's really interesting to be able to look and see that students, just like you all, are doing the same thing across the world. They actually show students, specifically students of color, that, you can see yourself in these books and you can have this fairy tale.
It also opens them to like a different culture that they may have not been aware of.
Did y'all have access to books that you could relate to when y'all were growing up?
No, not at all. Not at all, yeah.
Relatable books and relatable role models. Michael, a kid said something to you the first time you participated in this program that really kind of blew you away. What was it?
He had never seen a black man in a suit before. And so to sit down with him and read, it meant a lot to him. He comes from a single parent household, just him and his mom. It just kind of makes me think about when I was younger and I didn't have that father figure or that male figure in my life to kind of read to me or to have that kind of bond.
Growing up, I didn't really get to see a lot of black professionals doing what we're doing. And so I think for us to be able to come into the classroom and kind of show them that regardless of their background, regardless of their race, ethnicity, their socioeconomic status, that they do have an opportunity to go to college. They do have an opportunity to be successful.
The Kappas mainly focus on kids in schools in low-income areas, setting an example they hope will make a difference.
I do a song with them by the rapper Nas. It's called I Can. I know I can.
I know I can.
Be what I want to be. Always believe in yourself, because if you know you can be anything in the world that you want to be. Always remember to read.
The men sparking a love for reading that continues long after they leave the classroom.
Who here wants to take a book home with you? What struck me the most was how excited they are to be able to actually take the books home with them.
I got 7 books.
It's something you don't always think about.
And it shows you they need books,
They need books. They need books.
That they don't have these books in their home.
Yeah.
So all of these books on your desk, you get to take them home?
Yeah.
They're yours?
Yeah.
Who gave them to you? What about these guys do you think is pretty cool?
They are awesome readers. I thought that reading wasn't really that cool, but when they started reading, it showed me that we can read in many different ways.
Raise your hand if you want to read with them again. That's everybody. What's really cool about it is that you're changing their minds maybe about reading and that it can be cool and fun. But you're also changing their perception on life, on what they can be. What does that feel like?
It makes you speechless because it just kind of comes full circle, especially like when your goal is to be that person that you didn't see growing up. It's a one-of-a-kind experience that you can't take for granted and that you always cherish forever.
We are joined now by some of the Promise Academy second graders. You guys ready? Yeah, this is Kennedy and Mia.
Yeah, so Mia, why do you love reading with those guys?
I love reading with the guys because they inspire me to have better reading, and
okay, we're gonna come out here. She's still talking.
We've got a little surprise for you.
You guys got to take all those books home. Was that cool?
Yes.
Was that really cool?
Yes.
Well, guess what? Do you see what's on this plaza?
Yes.
What is it?
Books.
Y'all, this is a book fair just for you. Go for it.
Do they get to take as many as they want?
Take as many books as you want.
How about it? Run, grab books. Go.
Go for it.
Go. Be safe. Be careful.
Go for it.
Be careful. We are also joined by some of the brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi. There they are. There they are. Give me names here, gentlemen. What's your name?
Evan Jackson.
Evan Jackson.
Michael Weaver.
Mike Weaver from the story, from JBH's story there. First of all, full disclosure, my uncle, Grandpa Mark, long time in Columbia, South Carolina, James Melvin, big KSI member. So I have been familiar with the good works that you guys have been doing for a long time. But this project in particular, how did it come about?
We're good.
Yeah, so we had this really incredible opportunity. We had already been doing our hands-on books program, and we had the opportunity to partner with Room to Read, which was so awesome for us because they're such an established organization that's doing such great work. So it was a great opportunity to merge the two initiatives and do something great for the children.
And as you look at these boys and girls stuff their bags with books, what are you thinking?
I think it's amazing. There's a quote that says, today readers, tomorrow's leaders. And I truly think that these are the future leaders of America. And with these books, they'll be encouraged and confident and ready to grow and extend their wings and soar high like eagles.
JBH, how are they doing over there?
I'm over here with Kennedy. Kennedy, what do you think? We just need one word. But, babe, can you even carry this?
No.
Is it getting too heavy?
Yes.
What do you want to say to these guys?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Keep reading. By the way, I think that's your book club pick over there on that shelf. Is that Lupita Nyong'o's book?
Yes, it is.
My
And by the way,
goodness.
Craig, we want to thank all of the publishers who provided all of these awesome books for us. It's pretty great. They're making some kids' days.
Now listen, if you don't have your bag stuffed with books, there's something wrong. Get as many as you can in there, and we'll help you carry them, okay?
Yo.
Kappa Alpha Psi, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well done.
Everybody's got a favorite book from their childhood, sometimes stories of adversity and triumph, trials and tribulations, but the heroes of those stories are often lacking in diversity.
Yeah, it's true. According to a recent study, actually, more children's book features white characters than all other types of visible minorities combined.
And that's one reason why Jenna sat down with some really bright young minds to talk about the importance of representation, especially in this particular moment.
Oh my gosh, and by the way, these kids are incredible. We had an eye-opening conversation about how books featuring characters of different skin colors, cultures, and beliefs not only help underrepresented communities feel seen, they can also change attitudes towards them. Our story begins with 3 avid readers.
My name is Riley. I'm 9 years old. I am the founder and CEO of the Brown Bookcase.
My name is Sydney. I'm 14. I'm the founder and CEO of Books and Bros.
I'm Caitlin. I'm 15 years old, and I'm the founder of the book blog, Caitlin Aldea.
All of these impressive young ones already making their mark in the book world. Caitlin is a popular teen book blogger based in the Philippines who frequently champions and promotes diverse voices online. Sydney's Books and Bros is a subscription-based book company focused on empowering boys and promoting African-American literature. And after struggling to find characters that look like her, Riley opened an independent online bookstore called the Brown Bookcase that curates diverse children's books.
Raise your hand if you've ever had the issue where you couldn't find books with characters that look like you.
I feel like the world is changing, but not enough yet to where I feel like it should be easy for African-American boys and girls to find books that represent themselves.
African-American children should have books that they're able to relate to as well.
How important is representation? Why does it matter?
Representation for me is very important because if you don't see yourself represented, how are you going to see yourself as a positive figure when you do get to see somebody who looks like you as the main character and the main hero? You kind of feel like empowered, like I can be a superhero too, and that's something that every kid should be able to feel.
Why do you think it's important that we read about other cultures, that I read about other cultures, that you guys read about other cultures?
So we can normalize whiteness not being the default, because when I was younger, I used to think that because I was not white, I was like different. When you read from a perspective that like isn't really yours, you realize that you can still relate to someone who's different from you.
That's how you kind of become ignorant to a culture, is by not understanding it and making false assumptions about it.
To help bridge that understanding gap, I asked these 3 young book experts for a favor: book recommendations for their peers.
My summer pick is I Believe I Can by Grace Byers. I picked that book because it tells a lot about what you can try to do. No dream is too big to accomplish.
My pick is Ghost Boys. Ghost Boys is a book that kind of talks about police brutality. So it's about a 12-year-old boy who was actually shot by the police, and his ghost kind of goes to the police officer's daughter, and they kind of just like talk in a sense. So the story is about their friendship. It's a way of understanding everything in society that's going on right now in a way that's not too harsh on like young readers.
I chose Love from A to Z by S.K. Ali. It's about 2 Muslim teens. One is Zainab, and she recently got suspended by an Islamophobic teacher. And she meets a boy named Adam at an airport, and it's about their love story. Even though Zainab faces a lot of microaggressions for being Muslim, she still experiences a lot of joy in her life.
I feel like this is a book club meeting and I'm a teacher again, and I'm having so much fun. You are so inspirational. Every single one of you is. You guys can be my forever kid correspondent.
I know I left that meeting feeling so inspired, so we decided to do a little something about it. I'm excited to announce that all 3 books chosen by our young experts will be our official picks for a very special summer kids edition of Read with Jenna.
So you are starting a book club with them.
Yes, I sure am.
That's
So
a
you
great
guys
idea.
can find them on today.com/readwithjenna and our Read with Jenna Instagram page. They got to choose the first 3 kids picks.
That's cool.
By the way, you're right. You said that you feel hopeful about the future after
I
interviewing
sure
those
did.
kids. I get it.
And I read those books, guys, and if you're looking at a way to have some diversity in your own bookshelf, it's a great way to start. I know that was a priority for
Well,
me.
we've always known that representation matters, but to hear them talk about precisely why it matters, like through their eyes, especially that Sydney kid.
Yes, and he great.
Yeah,
They were
thank you for
awesome.
that,
Thanks,
JBH.
Jenna.
Thank you, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
spring is sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
I think pictures are powerful. They are tools used to communicate. And so I feel a responsibility to tell stories that reflect experiences that look like mine, experiences that aren't often seen in picture books. So it's really important for me to create pictures that are empowering to as many different kids as possible. My name is Christian Robinson. I'm an author and illustrator of picture books. I think children are the best audience. They're curious, but they're also very honest, and you kind of have to present things to them in that way. What am I drawing? A tiger! That's right. Okay. It's been a while since I've drawn a tiger, so I might need some help.
Try your best.
That's a good point. You know, I've illustrated many picture books by different authors, but with Matt in particular, our collaboration has been more of a collaboration where we're actually communicating. There's been times when I've worked on books and I've never met the author, never emailed them, but with Matt, we kind of developed a friendship.
I met Christian back in 2014. So Christian and I collaborated on first Last Stop on Market Street, and then our second book together was Carmela Full of Wishes.
His writing gave me a sense of appreciation for my own story. A story like Last Stop on Market Street about a boy and his grandmother riding a bus in the city. That was my experience. And I don't think I even valued or appreciated it or saw it as something worth spotlighting in a story. But Matt did that.
When I got the initial art, I was just so moved by how he fleshed out the story. And I think that's what good artists do. He just wants to put a good book into the hands of young people, and that's his focus. Christian and I, we were on tour for Carmela, and we had a little time to waste away before our event. And so we sat down at a cafe and we started to talk about, what do we want to do next? You know, what do we want to collaborate on next?
I think I mentioned to Matt, like, what if we did a story about a child who has an incarcerated parent, and he had a spark in his eye.
I took it as a challenge. How do you write about having an incarcerated parent in a picture book?
He wrote down some notes, and then we have Milo Imagines the World. Milo's a young artist. I was a young artist. Milo has a mother who is incarcerated. Growing up, my mother was in prison for most of my childhood. So yeah, Milo's story is my story. Growing up, I was raised by my grandmother. She was my caregiver. She not only took care of me, she took care of my brother, my two cousins, my aunt, and we all lived in this tiny one-bedroom apartment in LA. We didn't have much space or means, and looking back, I recognized that creativity, drawing and making pictures was my way of having some say over my circumstances.
I've had Christian since he was 5 months. Unexpectedly, his father brought him to me.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Exactly.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
He was an infant without any warning, which was a shock. Seeing your mother in an institution and knowing she was in and out of his life from the time he was 5 months old until he was a young man. It was hard for Christian, but he didn't voice his feelings until he grew older, and was able to express.
My relationship with my mother is somewhat distant. Growing up, she was in and out of prison for most of my childhood. She struggles with drug addiction and mental health.
There was no other way it would not have affected him because she wasn't consistent. And the times that she was in his life, she showed him a great deal of love.
I in no way look at her as some kind of antagonist in my story. One of my most favorite memories of my mother growing up was when I was about maybe 7 or 8. She had just gotten out of prison and she reached out to me and said, I would love to spend the day with you, the whole day. What do you want to do? I went with The Lion King because the movie had been out for a while and everyone was talking about it. And I just remember having that connection, making that connection for the first time of like, oh, people who draw make these movies. I like to draw. Maybe I could be someone who draws and makes stories. And I totally credit my mother for giving me that experience and that opportunity.
There was a point in his time when he was involved in modeling clay. I have quite a few little clay figures that he created when he was 8. So that led me to believe, or let me know that he did have more of a bent toward art. He could have turned the fact that his mother wasn't there for him, he could have turned that in destructively, as opposed to being positive and creating a life that he's satisfied with, which I'm very proud.
One thing I really admire about Christian is he's so dedicated to the art of the project. He's not as interested in the business side of it. He doesn't worry about the bestseller lists or what awards a book is getting.
There are not enough books, children's books, for children of color to connect with.
Our stories matter, especially those that we don't always see. We live in a country with one of the highest incarceration rates in the world. So there are a lot of families that know this experience, and unfortunately, not that many stories that reflect it. So I just hope to let those young people know that their story matters and that it's valuable.
We are exploring one of the nation's newest police academies that is setting out to break a lot of barriers. Craig's in Minneapolis with more on this. Hey, Craig, good morning.
Hey, guys, good to see you. I'd never seen a police academy like this. To your point, though, over the last few years, there really have been widespread protests here in Minneapolis, all over the country, calls to defund the police, waves of early retirements by officers. Stepping into this moment are 9 students graduating today from the police academy at Lincoln University. It's the first ever at a historically black college or university, and the chief who started it says it's an effort to create the change he wants to see.
Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands
Across the country, voices sharing outrage and frustration in the wake of police violence, calling for a reckoning over how officers protect and serve. One possible solution can be found on a hill overlooking Jefferson City, Missouri. This is Lincoln University, an historically black college founded to educate black veterans of the Civil War.
The history here at Lincoln is so rich.
Yes, sir.
That history inspired Chief Gary Hill,
the first officer, and I will
to open the first police academy at an HBCU.
How did this come to be?
So I started calling the contacts that I've made over the last 20 years. People were like, that is a great idea. Why hasn't anyone thought about that?
In a building bearing the address 911 and elsewhere, the students do their coursework. Among them is Andre Jefferson.
You decided to become a police officer around the same time this country was dealing with the murder of George Floyd, the killing of Breonna Taylor. All of that's happening, and meanwhile, Andre decides, you know what? I want to wear the uniform.
Yes, sir.
How did you deal with that?
I can't let that situation stop me. People are, I'm gonna lose friends, I'm gonna lose family. You gotta stand for who you are. Go achieve your goals, be who you are, make something out of yourself. Prove people wrong.
The latest research shows 67% of police officers in the United States are white. Just over 12% are black. That closely mirrors the racial makeup of the general population. But recent data shows that 2/3 of large police departments are whiter than the communities they police. Chief Hill says black officers walk a line between their work and their communities. In some ways, that makes them uniquely qualified to do the job.
How is the approach to training at an HBCU, how is it different than it might be at another law enforcement training academy?
Our curriculum is the same curriculum that's taught across the state. So there's really not that much different with the exception of the discussions that we have in class.
They watch videos of recent high-profile episodes, searching for meaning, debating how to do better.
As you hear the students having these discussions, what are you thinking?
Even though the minority of students in this class are white, the majority are black, it's good to see the discussion and the different chain of thoughts that they have. Not everyone sees it the same way.
The day we were there, the students put what they'd learned to the test. Chief Hill set up a mock road rage incident. The students didn't know what they were responding to.
You were speeding through the light.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm Officer Henderson.
It becomes obvious pretty quickly that they are not in the classroom anymore.
Okay, one at a time, sir.
No, listen to me.
Andre arrives as backup.
Over here and talk to you.
That's ridiculous.
Together, they manage to separate the enraged drivers.
Index, end of scenario.
When it's over, the chief doesn't sugarcoat the criticism.
When we get here and there's chaos going on, what should you have done?
Separate.
Did you do that?
No, sir.
But he also works to build up his students.
Have faith and confidence in yourself, okay? Because when you get out there and you don't have faith and confidence in yourself, they will know that.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Tiaja Fairley is next. She's from East St. Louis and says she'd never seen a black female officer growing up.
Sorry, what's your name?
She kept the fact that she'd entered a police academy a secret from family and friends until recently. During the exercise, she's able to de-escalate the situation.
Can you stay right here? I'm gonna talk to him.
We talked to her afterward.
I feel like it's just learning how to talk to people.
Tiaja now dreams of becoming a homicide detective.
I feel like I could be a role model, kinda. Well, I hope to be a role model because I've never seen nothing like this.
Calm both the parties down.
That's the chief's dream, to put these young people in the driver's seat and guide them to a better future. And here's the thing, all of the students that we talked to who are graduating today, they all have jobs lined up as well. And the chief said that they've also got 13 applicants for the next class. And the response beyond Lincoln has been pretty incredible so far. Departments around the country, they've sent messages of support. Some have even donated gear to the program. The chief has been asked to come to the White House and brief on the program there and how maybe they can take it to scale, guys.
Yeah, it's a brilliant idea. When you see it, you're like, why hasn't that been around for a long, long time?
And what that one female officer said is so important that if, growing up, seeing police officers who look like you. Like I still remember in Queens growing up when the first time there was a beat police officer in my neighborhood. It was like, wow, that makes a difference.
Wow.
Make a difference. That's a good story.
Thank you, Craig.
That was terrific.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey, yo, I lied, yo! On June 6th, 17-year-old Eric Lucas led a Black Lives Matter demonstration in Shorewood, Wisconsin. But the peaceful protest took a turn when a white woman spat in Eric's face.
Injustice anywhere is a detriment to justice everywhere. Day in and day out, my hope diminishes. The hope that my people and me, a young black man living in a white America, can one day be equal.
Eric grew up in an abusive home and eventually landed in foster care.
At a young age, I've seen a lot. I had to adapt to a lot. I had to learn from a lot. I had to grow up and be more mature at a younger age. So I could adapt and continue to move forward.
At age 13, he was placed with the McCorkle family, who later became his guardians, moving him to the suburb of Shorewood, Wisconsin.
Everything changed. My world flipped upside down. I'm coming from poverty and I'm coming from the poor parts of Milwaukee. So I'm in a predominantly white neighborhood with folks that I feel like don't understand me.
Immediately, Eric says he felt out of place in his new school.
The first month of me going to school at Shorewood Intermediate School, a white kid that lived in Shorewood as well told me to get on the bus and ride, catch the city bus back to where I'm from.
In the streets, where's that? We gon' take our business back.
But soon he would find his footing with a group of friends who shared his views.
Some of my best friends that I'm still cool with today, they introduced me to an organization called Urban Underground. And Urban Underground taught me a lot about systemic oppression and how to point out systemic oppression, how to fight systemic oppression.
Through that education, Eric felt compelled to speak out against racial injustice for himself and his community.
I'm tired of feeling like this. I'm tired of seeing other folks that look like me being tired of this, and I'm tired of hearing about it. I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of seeing it on the news. I'm tired of growing up and watching it happen all my life and me still sitting here and not doing anything. I'm tired of being scared. I'm tired of feeling like I have to be the voice for my people.
And as Eric watched the killing of George Floyd, he knew he needed to stand up.
I just thought, okay, what can I do to create a symbol? Not a symbol of peace, not a symbol of equality, but a symbol of tiredness and a symbol of affirmative action, a symbol of fighting back. Then I came to the conclusion that it's time to march.
And march he did. On June 6th, Eric organized a peaceful Black Lives Matter protest in Shorewood.
My parents were there as well. I felt empowered. It was exhilarating seeing the crowd, seeing the people, seeing how we control the crowd and how the crowd listen, and just stepping up to the plate and leading with the folks that I love and that love me back.
But it was overshadowed by this incident that went viral of Eric being spat on by Stephanie Rapkin. She was later arrested and charged with disorderly conduct with a hate crime modifier. She has pled not guilty.
I feel like I got a small piece of the point across. I feel like more often than not, the movement is lost in the assault because more people tend to focus on how I was assaulted and they don't really focus on the great work that we was putting forward.
Despite the setback, Eric is determined to continue on his path.
I'm gonna start us off by saying, hey, I love y'all. So I think right now, I'm feeling empowered by my people coming here to show out and showing support of me and people that look like us and people that's not of my color to come out and support and show love to us as well. So just revolutionary, angry, motivated. I'm not tired, I'm energized.
That young man is using his voice, Chanel Jones. Started at 15.
Unbelievable. You know, it's so interesting when we started these stories, you know, once we started to see all of these protests, I was talking to our executive producer and we were thinking, you know, who are some of these young people who are out there on the front lines? Black, white, you name it. And can you imagine someone spitting in your kid's face and he's handling it so gracefully? And one thing this proves is that every person out there has a story.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
When you want to do something, you don't have to think in how old are you. Do it.
94-year-old Angela Alvarez is still living an incredible life. One that's taken her from Camagüey, Cuba, to Baton Rouge, and now Hollywood.
I dance with the broom, and then I put the broom like this, and I make exercise. Then I feel that I could be famous, but my father say no.
For more than 75 years, this great-grandmother has been singing and composing songs. Traditional Cuban music, personal, powerful, and until now, private.
Music is such a big part of our culture, and it was a big part of your family as well.
Nana's been singing to us since we were kids. Every chance she had to grab a guitar, she would sing to us. I began to get curious about these songs that she was singing. And one day I called her up and I said, I want you to sing me the songs that you composed and what they're about. And she walks out with these notebooks out of her room. There was like more than 40 songs. And these songs were like a diary of her life.
That musical diary, the basis of the new documentary, Miss Angela, narrated by Andy Garcia.
Andy, Angela's story very much is a story of so many Cuban Americans across this country. What was the hook for you that said, I have to do this?
When I heard her music, I was so moved by it. I was moved by her story, and that was it.
Angela's story began as a little girl, growing up in Cuba, writing her songs in secret, eventually getting married and starting a family. But in the 1960s, life took a turn after the Cuban Revolution. She made the painful decision to send her 4 kids to the United States as part of Operation Pedro Pan, the mass exodus of 14,000 unaccompanied Cuban children fleeing communist oppression. Angela eventually left Cuba for the U.S., reuniting with her family after 5 long years of separation.
Was it difficult to make this movie?
No, it was very easy for me because I wanted that people know what happened.
The anguish she experienced, the love she felt, her life in exile, all of it written down in song, strummed on her guitar.
What do you think it is about Cuban music that almost hypnotizes people?
It's the very heartbeat of who we are, you know. And also for us exiles, it's a little something to ease the pain, you know. Sometimes you can't be where you want to be for many reasons, but you can build your culture and preserve it. And music does that. Music, you know, helps you find solace in the place that you left behind.
And for Angela, the dream that started in Cuba never died.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in finally making a teenage girl's dreams come true.
Angela found her way to the stage, performing at the historic Avalon in Los Angeles, sharing her music for the first time in a major way.
I pinched me many times, Angela, that's true, are you dreaming? And it was a real dream, yes. Made me feel very happy.
Now, Carlos is making sure his grandmother's music and legacy lives on, recording Angela's debut album with a lineup of Grammy Award-winning musicians.
Was it difficult to actually produce an album with your grandmother?
It was probably the most fulfilling and gratifying experience of my life and my career.
So, Angela, what do you think your father and your husband would think that you now have a movie and an album coming out?
Well, if they was here, I know they feel proud of me.
What a voice. And that spotlight is just getting bigger and bigger. Angela just landed a role in the remake of Father of the Bride alongside Andy Garcia, so she's going to act in a movie now. That film, Miss Angela, is now streaming on iTunes and YouTube. And Angela's debut album is available on all streaming music platforms, so you can buy it. Listen, this was obviously so personal for me because I'm Cuban-American. It was amazing to hear her story, and it is a beautiful story. The music is incredible, and you don't have to speak Spanish to just really appreciate that type of music and her story.
Her heart's in it when she's singing it because they came from her heart.
Yeah, and you almost want to translate the lyrics because they're so powerful and personal. It was great. It was a great story to do, and I'm really excited about all the stuff happening there.
We're Team Angela now. Too,
there you go.
Andy Garcia looking pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Melvin with the pronouncer. Can I get it one more time?
Angela?
No,
we'll take it.
No,
suddenly you went to Angela Merkel.
I know.
What I said the first time.
Like a little softer on the G.
We'll take it, man. We'll take it. You went for it.
G.
So close. So close.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I saw for the first time how there was no power, no agency inside of healthcare and its delivery in this country. That regardless whether you are covered, insured, financially stable or not, regardless, across all races, across all ethnicities, you have no power. I personally suffered at the hand of a system such as this. My name is Jenny Joseph, and I'm a midwife. I was 30. I came to Florida. Within a year of being in the United States, I was newly married and trying to find my way, I was working with an obstetrician, and for my whole adult life at that time, I'd had endometriosis, which is not life-threatening, but certainly miserable. And the physician I worked with started talking to me about certain types of surgeries that he could do. So I spent a full year, really, about 4 different surgeries with him. No real results, except for I felt worse, more pain, etc. Finally went for another opinion, and the other physician said, no, the only answer we have for you is we need to remove your uterus, hysterectomy. I was ready, so I said yes. I didn't ask the right questions. I came out of that surgery not only minus my uterus, but minus my ovaries at 30 years old. And that was one of the most horrific awakenings. This was my sort of welcome to America, and I was very overwhelmed by it. And I really I had a sense of such powerlessness around it. My husband was furious. It impacted our lives in a way that I can't describe. Luckily, I already had a child, but obviously that was it for me. And him, it was done. I couldn't just accept it. I couldn't accept it. It got me up on my feet, and I said, all right, watch me. I'm gonna fix this mess. And I wanted to fix it for myself, but I also felt like a drive to stand for women and literally stand in that gap and say, no, hang on, this isn't right. The vehicle I used was midwifery because I was already there. I was already a midwife. It's going to be 40 years that I've been doing this work. I feel strongly about how we are, as women, treated in a system where we don't know what to ask. We haven't got a voice. We're not heard. Black women especially are not heard. Native women, Hispanic women, Latinas, any woman who is other is not heard. There's been a lot more talk about maternal mortality recently in the United States. I'm here to say that this is not a new crisis. This has been here. It's just never been really taken care of. Maternal mortality is the death of a woman during pregnancy, labor and delivery, or postpartum. Statistically, it seems to fall around 3 to 4 times as many Black women, African American women, are dying in comparison to white women. This is being called this new crisis because now we're talking about it. I am so excited about this panel. It is timely. It is like beginning. I see the critical mass beginning around maternal health and maternal mortality issues. Because I feel like I can finally, speak to an audience that is particularly trying to hear. Oh, I am so excited that Senator Harris is going to be there, Dr. Taylor, the people that have been on the ground and are moving forward. An opportunity to be able to present alongside of them and to support their work as well as, show and talk about my own work.
It is my great honor to welcome to the podium Senator Kamala Harris. Please give her a warm welcome.
This is one of those truths that must be spoken. This issue of maternal health care, and in particular, how it relates and affects Black women.
It is an acknowledgement of the fact that women and babies are dying every day in America, and that we could actually do something to stop it. And so the bill is an acknowledgement of the problem, and that is to acknowledge that within the problem, there is an issue of implicit bias. The other part of it is understanding that in order for this to actually work, there has to be a community approach. It's going to be about saying that let's go to the medical schools and encourage that there will be training there about these issues, which are real issues. You know, these are uncomfortable truths we're speaking, right? Nobody wants to hear or even believe that this is happening, but it is. So let's deal with it. Let's take it on.
If you can't get into care, you can't be helped, you can't be triaged, you can't be supported. So we opened up first with the birthing center, but we've expanded that into clinics for women who don't necessarily want a natural birth or a midwife, who actually just want prenatal care, right? And we've offered that you can get seen regardless of who you are, what you have, which card you're carrying, how much money. None of those things are of any interest to us at the beginning. We found that the easiest approach was to go ahead and say, just come on. You belong, you're pregnant, you're asking to be seen, let's go. From there, we can then help you get on Medicaid quicker because we know how to do it. We found that the women themselves relate better to our staff who are more in tune and more culturally congruent with them than the higher end, high credentialed, very expensive practitioners. So it's a midwifery model, which is a person-centered, family-centered, equity-based model. Our statistics literally eradicated prematurity, low birth weight, and morbidity for the women in our care. The same women that again are populating the statistics that we're talking about today. Saying, yes, please, come on in, sit down, wipe your tears, we're here. Which doesn't actually cost any money. We've found that this works. We have been able to replicate our work. We have studies that have proven our outcomes. And I really encourage all of us to start thinking outside the box. This is a matter of life and death. I don't know what we've got to wait for. But I'm worried about the fact that as this is being presented now, much of it ends up still blaming the woman. Wow, now we've discovered she's just too fat. If she wasn't so fat, she wouldn't have died. Oh, her blood pressure's out of control. If she was getting medical care, she wouldn't have had high blood pressure in the first place. And so in the blaming the woman, we're pinpointing what's wrong, but we're not addressing how it got to be wrong. This isn't a matter of women being non-compliant and don't care about their baby. Many of the studies, research will come up with, oh, well, being black is a risk factor. No. Racism is a risk factor. The women that come to us come from all points. I've had one woman who came from Georgia every pregnancy. Just had a woman who came in from New York for a consultation. But what's always interesting to me is that postpartum visit, there are tears. There's, oh, I don't know what I'm going to do because I'm not coming anymore. Like, I'm going to miss you guys. I find it extremely worrisome that we have this little short window of time, the childbearing year, when we have some influence and connection with the women and their families, and that just as soon as they're finished and moved on, that they're out there in this void. We really haven't solved the problem. This is just the tip of the iceberg. It doesn't cost any money. It's really a shift of minds. It's an agreement that we are here only to center the mother. We're here only to get that full-term healthy baby that she's looking for, we're looking for, we're all on the same page. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to give up. But I feel like I can do what I do, how I do it, in my little corner. But in the meantime, I still believe strongly that it's time to tell the truth. And so I am clear that no matter what, this work is making a difference, and I'm going to keep going.
Hi, Today All Day. Hope you're ready for some laughs. Coming up, we put your favorite celebrities to the test as they take on the 6-minute marathon. Plus, we've got some of my personal favorite sit-down interviews from the last few months. So get excited as Today All Day continues right now.
Do you know what the 6-minute marathon is?
I know you're going to ask me a ton of questions, and I'm just going to answer as many of them as I can in 6 minutes.
that is the 6-minute marathon in a nutshell. Padma Lakshmi, thank you for being here on the 6-minute marathon.
My pleasure.
First question, if you could only listen to one album for the rest of your life, what would it be?
D'Angelo, Voodoo.
Oh, I didn't see that one coming. All right. What is the strangest gift you've ever received?
Somebody gave me a tooth once.
I'm sorry. Did you say a tooth? Okay. There's so many follow-up questions. We may have to spend the whole 6 minutes on this. What? Why? Whose tooth?
It was just this guy. He was odd, but he was very artistic. He, I think he was playing ball or something, and he either fell or was in the midst of a game, and he broke his tooth, and he was like, "I saved it for you." And
so it was an adult tooth. That was my next question.
I think it was, yeah. Yeah.
Where's the tooth now?
I don't know.
See, I have a million questions.
I don't think it made it like back from college, if you know what I mean. You know, yeah. I think I was just like, this is too weird.
Have you ever been mistaken for another celebrity? And if so, who?
Yes, when I was 14 and in the mall, which I thought of as a huge compliment. Apollonia. Remember Apollonia?
Apollonia?
Yeah. And I was a teenager, like I said. Gal Gadot, I've also gotten mistaken for. Let me see. In the early days when I had a perm in high school, Irene Cara, but also, so it has just happened recently, but recently it was just Gal Gadot. And the New Yorker magazine, of all people, I've always dreamed of having my name in the New Yorker, of course, as a writer. They put a picture of me because I chose a cartoon for them, and then they wrote that it was Priyanka Chopra. I'm like, I know all us Indian women look alike, but really, you know?
Well, at least it's like that's a pretty epic row of like beautiful ladies to be compared to.
Yeah, I mean it's all nice and flattering.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. What is your guilty pleasure?
I feel no guilt in taking pleasure in life, so I don't feel guilty about anything that gives me pleasure. I think I'm a 50-year-old woman. I deserve all the pleasure I can get from now until I die.
Okay, if you could be friends with a movie or TV character, who would it be?
Well, it's not a character, it's a real person. I would love to be friends with Rihanna. I just think she'd be so much fun if she let me hang out with her. But, and I've never met her, and I don't think I want to in a way. I'd hang out with her, but if I just had to meet her, I just think it would burst my bubble. But all of my characters are real life characters. Muhammad Ali, Dorothy Parker, Lenny Bruce, Cleopatra, you know.
That'd be a good dinner party for you to host.
Yeah, definitely.
What was your least favorite food as a child?
Eggplant.
Do you like it now?
I mean, I love it now. I love eggplant.
Who have you been starstruck meeting?
Mother Teresa. I met her. I got to spend the day with her in the 90s. I cut a ribbon at the World Cup of Cricket that was happening in Calcutta. And a group of people said, "We're going, would you like to join?" I literally tagged along, but she was mesmerizing. She was so comforting and charismatic. And you know how you feel when you're like a little kid in the safety and comfort of your mom's arms, all is well within the world. That's how you feel in her presence. At least I did.
Do you have a personal mantra? And if so, what is it?
It is, everything is a benefit if you look at it the right way. Even the most difficult things that have happened to me, I have tried to focus on what I can gain from them, or what is the bright side. What can I gain? You know, what can I get out of this? You know, even endometriosis, which was very painful and I went through for over 20 years. I like to look at that experience as what gave me the fuel to start the foundation with my surgeon. And so I think it must have been, you know, destined for me to go through that, because otherwise the pain doesn't make sense. It's so unnecessary, so that I could turn that pain into power.
What did you want to be when you grew up?
My first job that I ever dreamed of being was an airline stewardess. a flight attendant. We used to call,
We call them stewardesses. I know. We're the same age. Yes.
Yes, exactly. So I just thought they were the most glamorous people on earth. I flew as an unaccompanied minor when I was 4 to America from India. And I was on Air India Airlines. They had these beautiful printed silk saris. It was the early 70s with this beautiful bouffant hair, lots of eyeliner and lashes. They would just walk up and down those aisles with their saris fluttering, behind them. I just thought they have so much freedom. They get to travel all over the world. And that's what I want to do.
What do you think you are much better at than you actually are?
Oh, I think I'm a better skater. I always think, today is the day that I'm going to seamlessly skate forwards and then backwards.
Do you roller skate a lot?
Yes, get a pair of roller skates. It's so fun. Do you remember doing it when you were little?
Yes, we used to go to skate country, go around the ring.
Yes,
I could never skate backwards, but I tried.
No, you have to. I will go skate. I'll meet you wherever you want. I know all the flat parts of the city where there's not a lot of traffic. Do not try and skate in Central Park.
All right, last question. This is an easy one. What is your favorite reality show?
Top Chef.
Thank you, Padma Lakshmi. So great to talk to you. This was fun.
Nice to talk to you too.
See you at 3.
Bye.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What's the most embarrassing or funniest story from your childhood?
Okay, the most embarrassing thing from my childhood, I remember my brother was on this show with Patti LaBelle called Out All Night, and there was this famous group that was on the show, and they were a singing group, and their name is called Shy. And I ended up pulling out my hand out of my coat pocket, and it was a tampon.
Oh, God. All right, here we go. Tia Mori, welcome to the 6-Minute Marathon.
Hi.
Hi, we're so happy to have you. Are you ready to answer some questions?
I am ready. Let's do it.
I've got them right here. What is one thing that you always carry in your purse?
Oh, my iPhone.
Of course. What's the one word you are guilty of using too often?
I don't think I could say it on air.
Oh, yes. Okay, didn't see that coming.
Wait, honesty.
Oh, yes, exactly. By the way, we bleep the 6-Minute Marathon can bleep.
Oh my gosh. Oh man, maybe shoot. No.
Darn it, by golly. What is your favorite family tradition?
Oh, my favorite family tradition would definitely have to be having hot cocoa with whipped cream and some peppermint sprinkles on top of the whipped cream with a candy cane on Christmas morning.
Oh, can I come over?
Yeah, no, we love it. So
that sounds delicious. What show or shows of your own do you rewatch?
Oh my goodness. You know what I have to say? The Tien Tamara reality show, it's been playing right now. So I tend to watch that. Of course, Sister, Sister, that's like always playing on something.
Dad? Mom? That girl has my face!
All of the older ones that I've done, like in the past, you know, to kind of get back to some sort of memories in some kind of way.
Is it fun to see yourself at that age?
It is. It is. I mean, it's also shocking at times when I'm like, what were you wearing? Because, you know, it was like I was going through growing pains. But it is. I feel so grateful when I look back at projects that I've done, because it kind of shows me that I've been in this business for such a long time, and I'm just very appreciative. So,
what's the most embarrassing or funniest story from your childhood?
oh my gosh, these are so raw.
I know. I'll get to something shallow in a minute.
Okay. Okay, wait. Okay, the most embarrassing thing from my childhood, I remember my brother was on this show with Patti LaBelle called Out All Night, and there was this famous group that was on the show, and they were a singing group, and their name is called Shy. And I ended up pulling out my hand out of my coat pocket, and it was a tampon.
Oh gosh. How old were you? You must have died.
I was like, oh yeah, I was like 14, 15, and they were this huge popular group. And I was like, I didn't pick it up. I just stared at it, you know. I was like, this is embarrassing.
Who does this belong to? What is this doing here?
Yeah, it was like the elephant in the room. You know what I mean?
Oh God,
Oh my
I feel
God,
ya.
I hope I'm not being too honest with these.
No, I love
answers.
honesty. Is the best policy.
Okay.
We love it, especially on the 6-minute marathon.
Oh
Okay.
my gosh.
Here's some easy ones. What's your favorite thing to cook, if you cook?
Oh my gosh, I love to cook. My favorite thing to cook would definitely have to be spaghetti and meatballs. It's something that the whole entire family likes, my kids and my husband. So.
Yeah, I think my kids live on meatballs. I think
Yeah.
meatballs might be a 5-day-a-week.
It's just a
dish.
classic. Yeah, it's a classic dish that everybody loves. So.
What's your hype up song right now?
Oh my gosh, my hype up song has been this for a very, very long time, just because I'm a huge fan of Beyonce. And you know that song, Who Runs the World? Girls. Who runs the world? Girls. I just love, you know, women. I think women are incredible. I think we are beasts when it comes to getting things done. We're multitaskers. So whenever I'm either on the treadmill or if I'm just kind of overwhelmed, she kind of, you know, gets me right where I need to be to do what I have to do, because she reminds me, you know?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Heels or flats?
Oh my gosh, totally heels. Heels all the way.
Say flats.
No, I mean, you know, when I was pregnant, I had to wear, you know, a lot of flats. And I hated it. I would literally force my feet into my heels. You know, when you're pregnant, your feet kind of swell.
Yes.
I would literally force my feet into heels just because I love them. I think it just gives me a little bit of attitude. So.
Okay, if you could be friends with a movie or TV character, who would it be?
Oh, Julia Roberts' Pretty Woman. I just love her personality in that movie, and she was just so much fun. You know what I mean?
What is your biggest professional accomplishment so far?
I would definitely have to say being a co-founder of my supplement line called Answer, mainly because it was birthed through my personal experience with wellness and health, and just being able to inspire women and just people in general to take charge of their health and their wellness. It makes me feel so good. So I would say that.
You're an entrepreneur in addition to everything else.
Yeah.
Are you a morning bird or a night owl?
I'm definitely a morning bird. I used to be a night owl, but after having children, that ship has sailed. So now it's, you know, I mean, this is easy for me waking up early in the morning, because I have 2 kids. So, and my daughter, she's actually up right now. I don't know if you heard her crying, but I'm used to it. Morning person.
I didn't know if it was your kid crying or my kid crying. So.
Oh, sorry.
It could have been either way, so I get it.
Yeah.
Tia, thank you so much. Your 6 minutes, you're already done. See, it was fast.
Wow, that was fast. Thank you so much.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh yes.
With Xfinity X5.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Seth Meyers, welcome to 6 Minutes with Savannah.
And this will be 6 minutes long?
It will be 6 minutes and not a second longer.
Oh, is there a timer?
Yeah, you answer as many questions as you can in 6 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
I can talk really fast if it helps.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
What is the most spontaneous thing you've ever done?
I am so historically not a spontaneous person. Oh my God, what is the most spontaneous thing? I guess we bought our dog. We bought our dog Frisbee. It was very spontaneous. We had been dog sitting someone else, and then when we returned their dog, we were very sad, and so we bought a dog.
What kind of dog?
An Italian Greyhound.
Was this before or after you had kids?
This was before we had kids.
Obviously.
Yeah, very much so.
Because if you have 2 little boys under 4, you're not getting a dog.
If you want to do 6 minutes with our dog Frisbee, she'd probably have a lot to say about the boys.
What are you most scared of?
What are my heights?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna go old school and just tell you I'm not afraid of heights.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your favorite family tradition?
Once a year in the fall, oh my God, my wife's gonna be so bad. I immediately went to my parents and my brother. Is that all right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, gotcha, because I have another family at home.
Oh, yeah.
But my kids are too young and they haven't developed
Family, I didn't
the ability.
define it.
That's true, but I feel like my wife could, she could point out that I immediately jumped to my pre-existing family. Every fall, we go to Pittsburgh and go to a Steelers game together for my mom's birthday.
Oh, that's so nice, because your dad's from Pittsburgh,
My dad's
right?
from Pittsburgh, and it's really fun.
But where did you grow up?
I grew up in New Hampshire.
That's what I thought. That's what the research stated.
That's the next one.
Would you rather give up alcohol for a year or give up your phone for a month?
Phone for a month.
Agree. What's your favorite drink?
Oh, gosh, like a good tequila?
Oh, what's your favorite tequila? That's my drink too.
I mostly just ask when I'm at a place, give me a good tequila. Yeah.
Do you put
What's
lime
your favorite?
I call it, actually, I named it the Savanita.
Oh.
You know, like margarita, but Savannah.
Oh,
Nobody
gotcha.
else, they don't know what that is,
Yeah,
but it's tequila with sparkling water and lime juice.
I would just have the lime juice, like fresh lime juice and tequila.
Lots of ice though, right?
Yeah, yep.
There's a crisis, people don't put enough ice in.
I also sometimes, my least favorite thing at a bar or a restaurant is when you order a drink that looks really good on the cocktail menu and it comes up like in a martini glass with no ice.
Yes,
I'm
forget
very
it.
upset. I think they should always have a drawing of what the glass looks like.
Exactly. And perhaps a description of the ice.
Yeah.
If there were a movie made about your life so far, what would the title be?
What would the title be? Lucky Fella.
That's good. What's the last thing you searched for on Google?
What's the last thing I searched for on Google? Wow, that's a good question. What's the last thing?
You know what you're doing right now?
trying to
Trying not
avoid
to
the
lie,
things that I'd said.
But what you actually
no, I'm
searched was
trying
like
to lie.
foot fungus.
Yeah,
No, but you're like, what is the thing I can say that I last searched for?
I'm trying to think. What was the last thing I searched for? You go, oh, you guys had a golfer on.
Yes, Gary
And
Woodland.
Gary Woodland, who had a lovely story with your guest Amy. I watched that piece so that I would be able to appreciate that very good segment.
And
of
it
our
was
show.
adorable.
It was great, yes.
What would you who would you most like to be stuck in an elevator with?
I would most like to be stuck in an elevator with Bruce Springsteen. Right?
Great.
Yeah,
Great
because then I could
choice.
ask him all the questions and it wouldn't be like I was wasting his time, because where else is he going to be?
And he could always sing some a cappella.
Ideally.
Assuming he didn't have his guitar with him.
Ideally.
If you were stuck on a desert island, but could bring one type of food with you to eat forever, what would you bring?
Chicken fingers.
Really?
Yeah.
You like a lot of toddler food?
I do. Well, I didn't really. I mean, I feel like the nice thing about living in New York is there's sort of like a medium to high tier chicken finger that you can get in this city.
There is.
Yeah.
Like Dirty Bird. You ever go to Dirty Bird?
Yes, I do.
I love Dirty Bird. What is your guilty pleasure?
Yeah, no, I feel like with tequila and chicken fingers, I really, knocked them both out. I don't know what my guilty pleasure is. Probably one version of that.
Chicken fingers and tequila
Yeah,
together.
like dipping a chicken finger in the tequila.
Haven't thought about
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
but
There
you
you
might
go.
be onto something. If you could relive 1 year in your life, which one would it be?
How about this? I'm going to tell you if I could relive one day of my life. I know
Yes.
specifically what it would be.
What?
It would be, and again, this is bad, but I'm hoping my wife
Your
won't watch
wedding
this.
day?
No. That would be the second one. The day I found out I got SNL was the most exciting day because it was before any of the stress of SNL started, and all I got to do for a whole day was call people and tell them.
I'm a writer for SNL.
Yeah.
And you'd been in comedy before.
I'd been in comedy, so it was like a lot of people who'd been really supportive of me all of those years. It was really an exciting thing to do.
What was the audition like? What did you have to do? Submit writing, or did you have to perform?
I performed. It was a 5-minute on-stage audition, but stuff you wrote where you sort of did impressions and characters.
Was Lorne there?
Lorne was there.
Was he looking forlorn?
He always looks a little forlorn.
He does.
He's I will say, Rachel Dratch, who I did not know, but a friend of mine knew her, gave me the best piece of, not quite advice, but a tip, which was when you audition, no one will laugh. And that's a really good thing that then I told everybody, whoever auditioned, because people do laugh a little bit. And so if you hear no one's gonna laugh, if you hear even a little bit of a laugh, you think, oh, I'm crushing it.
Do they do that on purpose so that you'll be intimidated?
No, I will say they do that because they have probably seen 20 people in a day and they're just a little tired.
You're not that funny.
It's, you realize people who work at SNL and, their whole day is spent surrounded by, the best people in the world. Like, sometimes it's very hard to be surprised and delighted by, people who are just starting out in it.
Yeah. What about karaoke? What's your go-to tune?
I don't care for karaoke, but it would be Thunder Road if I've had enough of those tequila chicken fingers.
And if you were in the elevator with Bruce,
I would say, hey, do you want to hear a different version? A different bounce on it?
just say I have a different artistic interpretation of it.
The way you do it is great, don't get me wrong, but I think you're going to like this.
We're almost out of time. I'm going to save you here with your beautiful wife, Alexi.
Okay.
What is the most important trait in a partner?
Oh, what's the most? I mean, she ticks off so many. She has so many traits. The most important trait in a partner is, my wife's really intelligent and shows me the world in a way that I didn't see it beforehand. And on top of her being really loving and supportive, that's a really cool thing, is that you meet somebody and then you think you have a handle on how everything looks and you see it a different way and it just increases your world.
Seth Meyers, thank you so much.
Thanks, I think I broke the record. And I get this? Oh my
Yes,
God,
you
thank
do. You're welcome.
This is beautiful.
We'll be sending you a bill.
Thank you.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Welcome to you today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
This is Jeopardy!
The theme song, the contestants.
So I know, you're wondering, has Ken Jennings quit his day job yet?
The game of answers and questions.
Who is Sherlock Holmes?
What is hijack?
Who's Carl Sagan?
What is debunk?
For me, the opportunity to guest host Jeopardy was a dream come true.
Thank you, Johnny Gilbert. Jeopardy is iconic. It's this legendary show. Everyone loves it.
Can't believe it. I'm here to guest host Jeopardy. Here we go.
Jeopardy is America's favorite quiz show with a cult following and the awards to prove it. For 37 seasons and more than 8,000 episodes, Alex Trebek was the maestro behind it all.
The thing about watching someone host Jeopardy, when you see Alex Trebek, he made it look easy.
She is also known as Belcalis Almanzar. Gabe.
Who is Cardi B?
Correct.
I watched a lot of Jeopardy to prepare. I watched a lot of Alex's episodes. If you want to learn how to be good at something, you watch the person who is the absolute best.
Julia?
Who is Kanye West?
Yes, and I hope I don't get an email from him.
Once they gave me the clues, I read them over and over again and made little notes and practiced my pronunciation with mixed results, let's just say. We take flubs and imperfection, thank God.
After a full day of production meetings and rehearsals.
It takes a village to pick crews in. Hi, everybody. Hey, you ladies matched your outfits. I like that.
All right. And meeting the real stars.
Hi. How are you guys? Katie, Jonathan, and Caitlin. Welcome to Jeopardy. You're all so young and cute. We're in it together. The point is to have fun. It's a game.
It was showtime.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The moment was surreal.
And now, here is the guest host of Jeopardy, Savannah Guthrie.
Hi. Thank you so much, Johnny Gilbert. Hi, everybody. I am really excited to be here on this iconic stage, guest hosting Jeopardy. I kind of want to pinch myself.
The Jeopardy schedule is not for the faint of heart, taping 10 shows in 10 outfits in just 2 days.
Let's do it. Katie, you're our champion today, so you'll be choosing first from these categories. Let's take a look at what we've got. Is that show 1? We did it! Yay! I'll take relieved anchors for 1,000. The first game is done. Only 9 more to go. They haven't kicked me out yet.
After a whirlwind week, that was a wrap.
This experience over the past 2 weeks has been such an honor.
I would never have any chance to actually be a contestant on Jeopardy, so this is the closest I could ever come. It's beyond my wildest dreams.
So the question is, how did I do?
She kept everything moving along with the questions. It was just all around great.
She's great at thinking on her feet.
She read the clues beautifully. She ran the game beautifully. Tons across the board.
Thank you so much. It really was a joy, such a joy.
Being here, standing behind this podium, I have a new appreciation. It was hard. It's one of the hardest things I've ever done, but it's also one of the best things I've ever done. I knew Alex was an icon before I came here and guest hosted Jeopardy. But what I didn't know or couldn't really feel was how much he is loved and missed in these halls. I'm more in awe of him. I'm in awe of his skill, but I'm mostly in awe of his goodness, and it's so reflected in the people who work with him.
Hey, Today All Day. We've got a great show for you on this Monday morning. Jenna and I take you around the world to some unique destinations that you'll want to add to your bucket list. But what do you say we kick it off with pop star? Okay, fixer-upper star Chip Gaines decided to chop off some of his hair to raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. So For every donation milestone reached, Chip would chop off extra inches of his hair. So, how much did he have to cut off? Take a look.
All right, Mr. Daly, you got a little pop start for us?
We do, guys. We're going to start this morning with Broadway. Broadway making a big comeback, and they're doing it in a big way. This morning, we're highlighting the start of a new campaign to bring audiences back to New York's theater district. It's called This is Broadway, and is the result of theater owners and actors and professionals all getting together to celebrate the comeback of an industry hit especially hard during the pandemic. And we have for you this morning a first look of the new short film that's narrated by Oprah that highlights Broadway's rich history. Take a look.
Hello. This is Broadway, the beginning of something truly spectacular, where you know you'll always get goosebumps. This is where time stops every time a show starts. This is Broadway, and we can't wait to welcome you home.
To watch the entire short film and learn more about This is Broadway initiative, you can head to today.com. Next up, the Foo Fighters. You may remember lead singer Dave Grohl's drum battle with 11-year-old music phenom Nandi Bushell. She's the YouTube star who caught Dave's attention when she covered Nirvana's In Bloom and then did Everlong by Foo Fighters. Now things have come full circle. This weekend, Foo Fighters invited Nandi on stage to actually perform Everlong when they were at the Forum in Los Angeles. Her excited dad taping that performance from backstage. Oh, she's just showing off now. That is awesome.
Yes.
Rock star moment to remember forever. Wow, and not shy. Finally, Chip Gaines, we've known to love perhaps his locks. Do we love his locks? I don't know, but we reported on Pop Start last week that Chip has decided to chop off some of his hair to raise money for St. Jude's Hospital. Every donation milestone reached, Chip would chop off extra inches of his hair. So the question is, how much did he have to cut off? Well, see for yourself. Chip posted a video of the big haircut on Instagram.
I'm gonna be a handsome bald person.
Okay, Chip, you ready to see your fixer-upper?
What? That is a bald head. I've got a lot of feelings, a lot of all the emotions.
And you
know?
did it for a great cause. I think it's so special.
Okay.
How about that? Completely bald now. But that campaign raised a whopping $509,000 for St. Jude. So, Chip, good on you, man. That's awesome.
For him. All right, Carson, thank you. Coming up next on Today Talks, it's Make Ahead Monday, and we have the perfect recipe for an easy weeknight meal.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, our pal Matt Abdu is here with chicken cutlets on the menu. Take a look.
Welcome back to the third hour of Today. We have been talking about many of the challenges, making back to school tougher than ever this year, but dinner should not be one of them.
You've got a little something on your collar.
It's not food. I'm not bleeding from my neck. It's a science experiment, everybody. Don't worry.
Well, here to share easy recipes that are perfect for a weeknight meal, executive chef and owner of Pig Beach in Brooklyn, and our good friend Matt Abdu is here with us this morning. Good morning.
Great to see you guys as always. Thank you so much for having me.
I've been smelling the food all morning. I know we're going to eat well when you're here.
We're making one of my all-time favorite things to cook and eat, the chicken cutlet. It is super simple to do. Anyone can make it. And you ready to get started?
Let's do it.
All right. So first thing we're starting off with is some very thinly cut chicken breasts. You can either buy them at the grocery store already cut, or you can buy whole chicken breasts and just sort of slice them, butterfly them open. What I like to do is kind of pound them out a little bit, get them as thin as you possibly can.
Okay.
Standard breading procedure. Sounds fancy, but all it is flour, eggs, and breadcrumbs. To make ours a little bit more exciting, to the egg, we're going to add a little bit of chopped parsley. Can be fresh or dried. Okay. This is my secret. I love adding a little bit of Parmesan cheese to the eggs.
So you do it to the egg and not to the breadcrumb.
Correct. Well, you can also use seasoned breadcrumbs too if you want. That's certainly a great way to go. And a little bit of garlic powder. So we're just going to mix all this together, scramble it up.
So what's your secret? When I'm breading chicken, I get like these blobs.
Right? Yes.
I get these blobs of like
that's a
breading on my
very,
fingers.
very important thing. So Dylan, what I think is the most important thing whenever you're doing these chicken cutlets at home, because lots of times the things happen once you go in the egg, you find that the egg sort of falls off.
Yes.
And then when you go to put in the breadcrumbs, you get all these bare spots.
Yes.
This is the trick, guys. Let the floured chicken sit in the egg for 30 seconds so that the flour absorbs the egg.
Okay.
Once it's fully absorbed, it's not going to fall off.
Okay.
And then from there, we're going to go into the breadcrumbs. You're going to really pack the breadcrumbs in nice and tight until they're perfectly coated and breaded, just as we have here. You can see how nice and thin they are. We're going to heat up a large skillet with oil.
But what temperature is the question? Because I always mess that up.
To 325 to 350 degrees. Now, the best way of telling that is really just get a digital Insta-Read thermometer and check the temperature of the oil so that when you put the cutlets in, they should sizzle and bubble. If it's not sizzling and bubbling, the oil's not hot enough. So we're going to wait till that gets a little bit hotter.
Okay.
And then you're going to get these gorgeous, beautiful chicken cutlets that are nice and crispy golden brown, finished with a little Maldon salt, and they're ready to mange.
I could eat these like candy.
Oh,
I mean, I could just snack on this all
Growing
day
up,
long.
mom, love you, mom. She'd make chicken cutlets for us. She'd either leave them on the countertop, you put them in the fridge, you come home, you just eat them, whenever.
They don't have to be warm.
Late night
This
snack.
is delicious.
So what do you have here? Buffalo sauce?
So one of the greatest things about chicken cutlets is you can do so many amazing things with them, right? So what I have in here, I'm from upstate New York. I ate a lot of buffalo stuff in my growing up in my youth. So this is a really simple, super simple buffalo sauce. It's your favorite hot sauce, a little bit of Worcestershire, a little bit of garlic, and some butter. You just warm it all together, and we're gonna take some chicken cutlets, whether they're fresh, cold, out of the refrigerator, or the leftovers that you have. We're gonna dump all that beautiful buffalo sauce all over the chicken cutlets.
Right on top.
Can't ever go wrong with that, right?
Mix up.
Give it a good old mix, and then we're gonna assemble. I love wraps. I think wraps are a great way. I've been trying to be more mindful about things I've been eating. Wraps are a better alternative to using bread, so I love these wraps. We're gonna take a big couple spoonfuls of this buffalo chicken. I mean, look how good that looks, right?
That's amazing.
You can just eat this as it is.
I know.
Just like that, we're gonna put a couple spoonfuls of there, and to finish the wrap, I'm gonna add some chopped tomatoes, some blue cheese, shredded lettuce, and a little bit of blue cheese dressing. And we're just gonna layer up our wrap, roll it up. Oh yeah, there you go.
And so if you are uber carb conscious, Matt, so this is the finished product. This is what
Correct.
it looks like.
That's what it looks like. Just roll it up, and then you're ready to dive on in and give it a eat.
But you can also do this as a salad, or there's a salad type version of this?
Yes, so let's just keep moving the chicken cutlet along. Why not use leftover chicken cutlets to make a delicious Cobb salad, right? If I'm gonna eat a salad, I want the salad to be piled with all my favorite things that I love to eat in addition to it. But what's gonna make it special is we're gonna make this delicious Dijon shallot vinaigrette that's super simple.
So what's in here?
In our bowl, we have a little bit of Dijon mustard, some honey, gotta have a little bit of sweetness to offset the tartness, and water. We're just gonna whisk that up, add in some sherry vinegar, some chopped shallots, some fresh chopped parsley, and we're just gonna whisk in olive oil, about probably a cup or so, until this kind of comes together and make a beautiful vinaigrette.
And do you pour that right on the lettuce?
And then that's gonna go right onto the lettuce. We're gonna give the lettuce a toss. It's already dressed with the dressing. That's gonna go into our bowl.
And what do you like putting in a Cobb salad?
Well, traditionally, it's eggs, it's bacon, it's cherry tomatoes, it's onions, it's some sort of crumbled cheese, whether that's gorgonzola or feta. And then usually there's some sort of protein on it, right? Like roasted chicken or ham or something like that.
That looks
I love doing the chicken cutlets. And here you go, Dilly.
Thank you so much.
Have a little snack to eat up.
Oh my gosh. I thought you were going to give me that one.
Here you go. That's what I should have done. That would have been a much better visual. But it's a super easy thing. You can make the chicken cutlets on Monday, then you can have buffalo wraps the next day, Cobb salad the day after, and they're just great to snack on.
Thank you so much. We always love your food. And for
great to see you guys.
recipes, head to today.com/food.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Dubai has a new underwater tourist attraction, and this is one you do not want to miss. Stay with us.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh yes. With Xfinity X5.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today on Hoda and Jenna. We take you around the world to some of the most interesting places you may have never thought to visit. Plus, we'll share the #1 travel destination on our bucket lists. Take a look. Since we're taking you on a trip around the world, we thought we would do a round of travel talk.
Travel talk.
Okay.
Okay, let's start with you.
Oh, me. Okay.
Why not?
Okay.
Most exotic place you've ever been?
Exotic. Probably, I mean, it's where my family's from, Egypt.
Yes.
It's because it's all that history. Like, when we visited the pyramids, like, you put your hands on the stones and you feel like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe that I'm here. And the stones were as tall as we were as kids, so we would climb them as much as they'd let you.
Did you go often?
Yeah, we used to go every summer. We went every single summer. That was like our summer place. So we didn't realize how cool it was because you're a kid and you're like, oh, we're going to grandma's house. So you're like, okay. But then later you're like, oh, that was pretty cool. So I think probably that was my most exotic. What about for you?
Cool.
You've been to a lot of cool spots.
I've been to some cool spots, but I think the coolest is when my parents took Barbara and me when we were in college to Africa, when they were traveling there for work, and it was just really cool because it was a similar sort of thing where it wasn't really a vacation.
Right.
We got to go and meet with people. It was when the unveiling of PEPFAR was going on, which was the president's emergency relief for AIDS in Africa. And it was just, it really opened our eyes that we can do so much to change the world. It was an amazing opportunity.
I love that. I love that.
I loved it.
Okay. Most memorable food you've ever tried?
I once tried a grasshopper.
Was it crunchy?
Yeah, delicious, actually. Crickets.
All those things.
Crickets or grasshoppers, or what was it?
Probably
Some
one
sort
of
little
those.
bug.
Yeah.
And I thought it was delish. What about you?
Whenever I go somewhere, I try whatever, because I think you should try it. And most things that seem icky like that are actually not.
They're
delicious.
Like
crunchy. It's like eating chips.
Yes.
Yeah.
Your favorite thing.
Yeah.
Most adventurous thing.
I know what yours is.
What? Most adventurous thing I've done on a trip? When I skydove?
Yes.
Skydived.
When you jumped out of that plane, there's nothing that will ever eclipse that. I think is the most adventurous thing you've ever done in your life, right?
It is.
Yeah.
But also another really cool thing we did I want to recreate is that my mom, for her 60th birthday, took me with her best friends and all their daughters rafting down the Grand Canyon. It was a week trip. We spent the night together on a tent, my mom and I. And the first night there was such a big storm, she had to wear goggles because they were getting the sandstorm was getting her contacts, and we just had a bottle of tequila. It was so much fun. We hiked, we rafted. It's like that's a once in a lifetime thing. thing.
Oh my gosh! I love that. That's a good one to replicate.
Right?
I want to replicate that
Let's
in
do
my
it
own
together.
life. Yeah, I think that's a good one.
You're
All right.
like, no, thank you.
No, I think that'd be fun. Okay, number one destination still on your travel bucket list.
What's yours?
You know what? I've never been to Australia.
Me neither.
And I was thinking, like, how is that?
Yes,
I would love to go
or
there.
New Zealand. I would love to go
Any
to
of
both.
those places over there.
Okay. Finally, favorite Today Takes You destination. We visited virtually the Philippines, Honduras, Bangkok, New Zealand, South Africa, and Kenya. I would say New Zealand.
Yeah,
actually.
I was going to either say the Philippines or Thailand.
Yeah.
I don't know. I love anything that's totally different than what you would ever see or feel.
I agree.
I think
There's something so eye-opening about landing in a place that feels so different.
Everything's different. All right. Speaking of exotic attractions, take a look at what debuted in Dubai. This was earlier this summer. You guys, this is the world's deepest pool.
Wait. Wow, people can actually
scuba dive
down in there. And when you scuba dive down in there, you can do things like go to the library, it looks like.
It's 196 feet down. It's got tons of water in there. It's about 6 Olympic-sized swimming pools in all.
Okay, I have to tell you that when I was little, I read a book by R.L. Stein about scuba diving and the dangers, and that scares me. Does it scare you?
Well, yeah, but they said kids as young as 10 can do it. It's an underwater city. There's an arcade.
Yeah, but how do they get to the arcade?
I think you gotta put on your gear.
Oh my gosh, that is cool.
State-of-the-art lighting.
Crazy.
I got to tell you, Dubai does all kinds of things. They're the ones who I think were the first or among the first to have like an indoor ski slope in the mall.
Would
where
you do
rent a
Would you do this down in there?
No, I get claustrophobic. Snorkeling. Sometimes when I'm snorkeling, I feel like I'm hyperventilating. And my head is like 1 inch. All I have to do is go like this, and then I'd be fine.
I think that place isn't for us. Today is all about adventure. Over the past few months, as part of our Today Takes You series, we've been taking you along as we fly around the world to mystery locations.
Such a cool series. Our producers supplied the clues, and we had to guess the destination along with you guys at home.
Okay, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride, and let's find out where we're headed first. Clue number 1, this country provides more nurses to the rest of the world than any other.
Our second clue is this country is comprised of 7,641 islands.
Okay, and clue number 3, from September to January, this country celebrates one of the longest Christmas seasons in the world. Guess?
I don't have a guess. I mean, Christmas season means it's cold. Greenland?
Okay, well, let's see.
Coming in for a landing. Where are we? The Southeast Asian country of the Philippines. Oh.
Okay, and here to greet us is Manila resident and YouTuber Mickey Bustos.
Hi, Mickey.
Hi, Mickey.
Mabuhay, Hoda and Jenna. How are you?
How do you say it? Mabuhay?
Mabuhay. Yes,
Mabuhay.
correct. It's our formal greeting. It means long life.
What time is it there?
We're on the exact opposite side of the world as you guys. So while you guys are having your morning coffee, we're getting ready for bed at this side of the world.
Oh.
Well,
it's currently like 10.
10?
Thank you for
10,
staying
yeah.
up.
Well, we're so excited because we can't wait to take a check of the Philippines. Take us around.
Nothing ever goes to waste. Appreciate, don't throw it. Baby, we're Pinoy this way.
I'm YouTuber Mikey Bustos, and that was my 2019 parody of Lady Gaga's Born This Way. After becoming a finalist on Canadian Idol, I moved to the Philippines, where I'm known for my music parodies on Filipino culture.
'Cause in the Philippines, where it is very hot.
Hi Hoda, hi Jenna. I'm actually riding a Kalesa. See that? We're on a horse-drawn carriage. I have so much to show you around my city, my home. You ready? Let's go, guys. Hoda and Jenna, this here is called the Tinikling dance. It's a Filipino cultural dance where the dancers need to coordinate their moves and jump through that clapping bamboo. And trust me, guys, you don't want to get caught in there. It hurts. Lyle, I heard a rumor that you're going to teach me how to do tinikling. Yes, we are. Are you ready? Hold on, Jenna, I'm doing it for you. You've been caught. I need to rest. One of the greatest things I love about walking outside is there are tons of street vendors. Kuya here is selling watermelons. Look at that. It's on a cold plate. It keeps it nice and cold in this little like makeshift fridge. The Philippines is comprised of 7,641 glorious islands. And my tip, explore as many as possible. Check this out. It's so beautiful. I recently experienced the natural wonders of Bohol's chocolate hills. This is so cool. The sun dries out the grass on these hills, and that's what gives it the chocolate color. We are here at the tarsier sanctuary. For those of you who don't know what a tarsier is a type of primate. It's not a monkey. Bohol is very famous for the iconic tarsiers that live here. It says here, tarsiers are resting. Please observe silence. Oh my gosh, it's looking at me. Oh my gosh, okay, I see it. Hold on, look. Isn't he cute? It's like this big. So they like sleep during the day. They're nocturnal, they wake up at night, and then they eat bugs. Okay, we'll leave it alone now. Bye, fella. On the island of Boracay, you'll cherish its white sandy beaches and magnificent sunsets. Wow, wow, wow. In 2019, our visit to the Palawan Islands left us stunned. They're like giant rock castles. Look at how big that is. That is massive. Beautiful crystal blue turquoise water. What do you guys think? Check out that view, guys. Everyone comes here to this area to take the iconic Instagram photo. It's very signature for Coron. And now, it's time to eat. Kain na, as they say in the Philippines. Hoda and Jenna, I am here at Sarsa Restaurant with my good friend, Chef JP.
Hey guys, so this is a pancit canton, our version of a stir-fried noodles, grilled chicken inasal, marinated in coconut vinegar, lemongrass, lumpia Shanghai, our Filipino version of a spring roll, and then we always have it with vinegar.
That crunch fills my soul. Let's try the chicken. Hoda, Jenna, eat through the screen. Eat through the screen. Take a bite. You can't visit the Philippines without trying our famous Filipino dessert known as halo-halo. Every bite is a different surprise.
Halo-halo has so many ingredients, you wouldn't believe it.
It's like you're playing the lottery, but you win every time. Honestly, the best.
That was awesome!
That was the best tour.
Awesome, you enjoyed that?
We loved it. We loved it.
Great. I had so much fun.
And I know a lot of folks may not know, but most people in the Philippines actually speak English if you're planning on going on a vacation.
That's correct. So if you're an English speaker, you'll get around just fine here.
Well, you were amazing,
beautiful.
boy. You just turned us on. That's our next stop.
We're coming to visit, and you are the best tour guide.
The best. Today Talks continues after the break. Kate, the chemist, is here and turning our plaza into a science fair with some fun back-to-school experiments.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
When our next guest is with us, we know we are going to have some fun.
That's right. Kate the chemist has a doctorate in inorganic chemistry. She's also a professor of chemistry at UT Austin.
Way smarter than all of us combined. She's also an accomplished author. She's now celebrating the release of a new chapter book called It's Elemental. And Kate joins us now with some fun science experiments for us to try. Remember, kids, not all of these are safe to do at home. I'm talking to Noah Soberoff. And we will let you know when you can follow along. Kate, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back.
Of course. Congratulations on the book. Tell us a little bit about the book. And I heard there's a special dedication in this book.
Yeah, so I dedicated the book to my high school chemistry teacher because she made me fall in love with chemistry. And so with this book, I'm trying to get everybody else to fall in love with chemistry. But in the book, basically, I take you through the busiest day of your life. And I point out my favorite parts of science. So from breakfast to an early morning workout, we go to the bar, we go to the beach, we even talk about the science of date night. So it's a really fun book, and I hope you guys like it.
One thing in the book is about coffee. You know, we drink it to wake up in the morning, but actually coffee is not what wakes you up.
Yeah, isn't that weird? So the molecule is called trimethylxanthine, and what it does is it goes in. I know, right? You knew that. He knew it. But it goes in and it binds with your brain, and it blocks another molecule from making you feel sleepy or drowsy. So it doesn't actually give you energy. It just blocks another molecule. It's a bouncer. Yeah, exactly.
Our favorite part of Kate the chemist visits are the experiments, so let's get to it. You claim that we can make a raw egg bounce?
I can, yeah, you can. So what we're gonna do here, do you wanna do it, Dylan, or I can do it? Okay, so here you have some raw eggs. What you're gonna do is cover it with acid. So go ahead and dump it over.
This is acid?
It's vinegar, but we can call it acid. So vinegar has acetic acid in there. You can smell it, right?
So you can do this one at home?
You can, yeah. I actually did this one in Texas and tried to fly them across the country, and they exploded in my suitcase.
Oh, okay.
So we're not using the ones I brought. Anyway, so these here are the ones that we've soaked about in 72 hours in the vinegar. And so what you can do is go ahead and
food dye just for fun.
Yeah, just add food coloring just to make fun. Of course. Oh, maybe it needs to be open.
Pop it
A
on
little
top.
squeeze.
We got
That's all right.
it.
You
Whatever,
understand
we
the
did it right.
process.
I'll work on this.
Perfect. Nailed it. All right. So then what happens is the vinegar essentially eats the outside of the eggshell. So the eggshell is made of calcium carbonate, so it's like chalk. Yeah, you can touch it.
Good.
And so go ahead and grab the egg, and then really, really lightly, what you're going to be able to do is actually let it bounce, but keep it low, because if you take it too high, it'll actually break.
Oh, that is cool.
I mean,
That's fun.
May as well.
See, yours
I'm a troublemaker.
Try it.
My kids would enjoy that. My kids would enjoy
Oh, that's just really fun.
It is so fun. And so just
I would throw it at Craig, but he's got important work to do later today.
Thank you.
How did you throw that?
So that was fun.
That's a cool one.
That's fun. That's a fun experiment.
Yeah, 24 hours, soak in vinegar, and then you got a fun experiment the next day.
So, Kate, the next one's called Dragon's Breath, which is what my wife accuses me of having when I wake up in the morning.
Oh, no.
Don't admit to that.
What is this?
So what you need is a little bit of liquid nitrogen, which I'm sure you all have at home,
Yes,
right?
I have a container just like that.
Of course, yes. And so what we do is we use liquid nitrogen, and then we're gonna just throw some mini marshmallows in there. And so what we're gonna do is, it's called Dragon's Breath, because after they've been soaking in the nitrogen for, I don't know, about 2 minutes or so, you can pick them up. Don't do this at home.
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh, that's so fun.
It's Dragon's Breath.
Can we try that?
Is that hot?
Yeah,
I
I'll
just
do
put
it.
this in my mouth. Are you okay?
This one. Here's another one.
I'm gonna let you do it.
That'll be cold. Let it sink out. It's gonna be cold.
So
Real
it's
fast in
really,
your mouth.
really cold, right?
Real fast. Go.
Do it?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Now breathe out. Oh, you did it!
I don't know.
All right.
Journalism. Journalism.
Killed it. This is fantastic. Best Dragon Breath I've ever
I'm gonna
seen.
eat this one right
Perfect.
here. So the last one, I'm going to step out. I'm going to bring in our producer, Brandon, who set all this up anyway.
Yay, Brandon.
Because there's a big explosion about to happen here on the plaza.
Yes, we're going to do a rainbow explosion. So what we need are some cryogenic gloves. Jacob, you're going to help me, right?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, so we've got our cryo gloves.
What do you say, Kate?
Need some goggles. I'll come all the way over here if you guys want to follow me.
Okay.
Why is Craig
Coming.
sitting this one out? He's
I don't know.
I told you, he's got important things to do later today.
And so here, do you want to be on this one?
Sure.
Okay, so what we have here in our first bucket is hot water. It's about 80 degrees Celsius, and then we've spiked it with some food coloring and some dish soap, okay? In the bucket in front of it, we have liquid nitrogen.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do is take this bucket and dump it into this bucket, and we're gonna see if we can make a rainbow explosion, okay?
Brandon, you ready?
Sounds good. I'm
You guys ready?
Okay.
So you have orange, I've got green, you've got blue.
Are we going to count down or what?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna hold mine like this.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna throw it in. Remember, keep your head back so it doesn't shoot you in the face.
Do not do this at home, by the
Do
way.
not do this at home. Thank you, Craig.
home.
Are you guys ready? Yeah. All right, let's count together. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, that's cool.
Wow.
Oh, it is cold.
Oh, that
Wow. Kate, that was terrific.
We did it!
Thank you so much. Everybody, give it up for
Michael, thanks for doing this. Good to see you, man.
All right, you as well. Thanks for having me.
We could spend most of this interview talking about New Jersey high school football, I think, but maybe we'll save that for a different time and focus on the movie.
Save that for another time. We can say that for another time, man.
So let's talk about Without Remorse. I told you I just watched it today, and man, it comes out and grabs you from the word go and doesn't let go for the next couple of hours. What does it feel like to be on the eve of this movie coming out that you've poured so much into?
I'm excited. You know, honestly, we finished shooting this movie right before the pandemic hit. So to go through post and edit, and really, put this movie together, and not really sure where exactly, when it was going to come out. So now that things are loosening back up and, getting ready to, drop it on, on Amazon Prime, I'm really, really, really excited about this one, man.
So let's give people a little bit of the backstory without giving too much away about who John Kelly is. This is based off the Tom Clancy book, which right away people lean in and they want to see it. But this is sort of the origin story of a character they may not know as well.
Yeah, John Kelly. So this is like, arguably, his, second probably most famous character that he's created in his novels, and I've always been a fan of the Tom Clancy universe, growing up playing Rainbow Six video games and really envisioning myself throughout these missions. So when I had an opportunity to really like give John Kelly a fresh take and modernize the story, that kind of is more reflective of the world that I live in today, I just jumped at the opportunity. He kind of he goes through a personal tragedy. He's a Navy SEAL. He's a really loyal guy. He believes in everything that he does. And when he gets wronged, he wants some answers. And this movie kind of takes place of John looking for those answers, no matter where they are.
The video game part of this is crazy to me because you literally are living out the fantasy of every kid. You grow up playing a video game, and now you get to go live it out.
Exactly, and that's one of the things. I love my job, man, and I love being able to, to do my own stunts. As a kid in the living room when you're taking the couch cushions and you're jumping off of them and pretending, playing make believe of whatever it is. These are the type of movies that I watched growing up, and so I finally being able to get into a place where I could do my own stunts and I could train for underwater sequences and, in burning cars and, tactical training and explosions and all that good stuff. It's, it's a dream come true.
You've called this the ideal movie for you, that when you saw this, you were like, I need to do this. Why do you say that exactly?
Because I'm a little bit of an adrenaline junkie. I looking up to, movie stars and action heroes like, Tom Cruise and Michael Jai White, Wesley Snipes, Jackie Chan, these guys, they always put the work into it. They study, they train, so they could, be put in a position to actually do the stunts themselves. And I always wanted to do that. I always wanted a vehicle or a movie that would allow me to actually do my own stuff. So, for this one, I had a great stunt team. We were very safe, put a lot of time into working out and training and getting prepared, so they felt comfortable enough putting me in those positions.
When you say you're doing your own stunts, and you do in this movie, when I watch you walk up to a burning car, casually open the door and get in, or plunge into a river, let's say, and hold your breath underwater for a while, that's you? That's Michael B. Jordan?
Yeah, that's me, man. That's obviously, I have like my stunt double Clay, goes through things, make sure everything's safe, works out all the kinks, make sure, everything is awesome and safe as can be. But no, man, like, doing military, diving, and going to dive tanks and, spending hours and hours and hours under there, becoming comfortable. The burning car is like, it's not too much you could really do to train for that. I think that's the one I thought about the least. I was like, all right, cool. I gotta do what? Okay, cool. Let's just do it. Don't think about it. You put some, flame retardant gel on you to make sure, you can stay as cool as possible for as long as possible. But you still might walk away with a few less eyebrows and eyelashes. It gets pretty hot getting in and out of the car.
Is there anybody in your life or on set saying, hey, you're one of the biggest movie stars in the world. We don't need you walking into a burning car right now?
I mean, I all the producers, I think everybody was saying that, had my mom on speed dial, so I think it was one of those things where, I definitely had to persuade them at certain moments to let me do the things that they were like, you don't have to. I'm like, no, I want to. Let's do it. Let's figure it out. So, yeah, it was fun.
You've said before that your mom gets tired of watching you die in movies over the course of your career, so she didn't want to see it in this one.
Yeah, this one gave her a lot of anxiety, but it wasn't as nerve-wracking, I'm sure, as some of the other characters that I played that didn't make it out, you know? So as you get older and, you start to, mature and have other roles that you want to see them, make it to the end of the credits, So it was good.
Speaking of the end of the credits, there's a moment after the credits that leads me to believe this may be the beginning of something for you. Is that fair to say in this series?
Yeah, that's fair to say. I mean, I think we want to, definitely stick around after the credits. But yeah, I think we're alluding to the fact that we think we created a world that was, interesting and cool and fun, and we want to see where, John Clark goes from here, and I don't think he's done yet, So yeah, he has a lot more to do, and I'm really interested to see where he goes.
Is it cool for you, Michael, to have reached the point in your career where you can live out some of these fantasies, to have grown up watching Matt Damon be Jason Bourne or Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible or all the stars you mentioned, and now there you are standing as the guy that some kid watching movies growing up is going to say, I want to be Michael B. Jordan in those movies? No,
that's cool, man. That's yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to say that's something that, I'm hopeful of, and I want to continue to do movies like this, continue to inspire. I think representation is extremely important, so to be able to, do a wide, range of movies in different genres, and this is like my first one in this space, so to be able to to do this type of movie is exciting for me, and hopefully inspires a lot of kids too.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah, people may not realize that you're a producer of the movie Outlier Society, your production company, which has become this sort of force in Hollywood. Talk a little, if you can, Michael, about why you established that, what you wanted to accomplish with that, and how it's grown now to back these major projects like Remorse.
Yeah, I think in the beginning, starting my own production company kind of sparked from my time on Friday Night Lights and Parenthood, being around, Peter Berg, Sarah Aubrey, and Jason Tatum, and kind of, Pete was like, one day you're gonna get tired of waiting for the phone to call. You just gotta start owning things and creating your own IP and ownership. And I was like, and at that young age, I just started, thinking about creating things, creating opportunities for others. I've been extremely blessed to have a fruitful career thus far, and I want to you got to pay that forward. So to be able to have a production company who can shine a light on stories that maybe normally wouldn't get told, and also normalize, films and filmmakers and building around talent that maybe wouldn't have gotten a shot or opportunity. I want to be the tip of the spear in that type of way and create those opportunities for them.
And you put writers in the deals where you have to have a certain level of inclusivity in terms of who works on the movie, which is an amazing piece of leverage that a handful of stars, I would think, could bring to a project.
Yeah, the inclusion writer, was inspired by Frances McDormand, a few years ago during her famous, Oscar speech. And I was, in the audience and I heard it, and I was like, oh man, okay. There's something, in writing that we can actually, put into play. I was like, okay, cool. So, and that was something that, we my team started to build upon, and we made that, part of our company policy. And that's something that, just kind of, tries to, raise the accountability, of our partners with Outlier Society. And it's been very successful. It's been adopted on every project thus far since we put that in place, and we'll continue to do so moving forward. So it's it's definitely something I'm proud of, and we're taking steps in the right direction. A long way to go, a lot of work to do, but I think if we continue to lead by example, and one foot in front of the other, when it's all said and done, we'll look up and be like, okay, we did something.
Good for you for using your position for good that way. It's funny to hear you talk about the people you looked up to growing up, and I'm thinking back to your youth, your childhood in Newark, New Jersey, and how you got from where you were in Newark to modeling and acting. What was the leap for you? How did that young kid at 11 years old hop into modeling, and eventually that was sort of the road to show business?
It was my mom. My mom really got me into it. She, randomly, at a doctor's appointment, the receptionist had two little boys who were, were in the industry, that were models at the time, and was like, you should bring your sons with you too, with me, and crash this audition. I crashed this audition and ended up booking it. Got in trouble because I didn't have any representation or whatever the case is. And then, and honestly, the rest was history. Had a backstage newspaper down at Penn Station, randomly looked up a manager that took out an ad, for open calls, went in, auditioned. She signed me that day, and we were going out on, go-sees and auditions and stuff at 10, 11, 12. And then it just one small success to another, one stepping stone to another one. I just kind of kept going. Sometimes you just gotta walk your path. You don't really know where it's gonna end up, and then you start to learn, and you get to another level, and you assess, and you learn, and you build, and your confidence, and you continue to grow, and you just figure it out. And it's just kind of always been following my gut, my intuition. But I credit my mom for sure. Of getting me started and pushing me where I am.
Was that even on your radar though, Michael, as a kid? I know you love sports, you're a good athlete. Was that something that you thought of oh, maybe someday I'll try acting, or was it just that out of the blue?
Out of the blue. No, it was no thought at all, honestly. I was enjoying, sports and just hanging out with my friends and, just living. You're a kid at that point. I guess some kids know exactly what they want to do at a young age, but I always loved, animation and movies and television shows. I was always entertained by that. So it was just, I guess, it's a natural evolution.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends in today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
That's just
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Most people point to your performance on The Wire as sort of the breakthrough, playing Wallace. How big a deal was that in your life, in your career? Did that give you the taste of, okay, I think I can do this for a living?
Yeah, that was when I really fell in love with acting. That's when I was around, a lot of veteran actors that, Idris Elba, Dominic West, J.D. Williams, Andre Royo, like those guys really sat me down and had conversations with me on set, and it was like, hey, you can. This could be a career for you, if you continue to, if you're serious about it and you really keep working at it. And that was when I first started to really look at it differently than just, oh, I'm getting out of school and I could, I just looked at it more as a business, that type of way. And then from then, falling in love with acting, just was my thing.
And then a crazy connection on All My Children, where you actually replaced Chadwick Boseman, who had become one of your great friends. What was that experience like on All My Children?
Yeah, I mean, that's where the work ethic kicked in. We would do so many episodes a week, and just like we would crank them out. It was a lot. You just always had to be prepared. So I think that's when I really got my acting school. I think that was when I really kind of started to get my reps in, I guess, as an actor. And then, in hindsight, I was, with Chadwick of it all, when we first kind of, first met, yeah, that's wild. It's wild.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about what came for you guys later with one of the biggest movies in the history of Hollywood and Black Panther, to build that relationship coming off of All My Children, it's got to be crazy. What did he mean to you as a friend?
No, I mean, he's a special person, and it's it's a tragic loss, for all of us, for me, our community, yeah, it's we're still dealing with it. I think we're still processing. I think it comes in waves, but his legacy that he left behind, the impact that he's made on so many people around the world, his family, he lives forever. He has an incredible body of work to be able to that we can reminisce and and get a chance to see pieces of him. But he's still with us. You know what I mean? He's still around, so he motivates and inspires me, so it's cool.
Were you guys, I interviewed Chadwick right in the middle of Black Panther mania. I think you guys had just come back from South Korea or something, and he just plopped down across and was like, just on this whirlwind as the movie was catching fire. Could you guys believe in that moment, not just how big it was at the box office, but what a cultural force it had become around the world?
I mean, I think we were, at that point, we were constantly taking it in from city to city, from country to country, really like, wow, okay, this is the reaction that we're getting from people. The kids, it's really all about the children and the kids, man, to see the looks on their faces. of admiration and just, just happiness and, oh, wow, like just to know that type of impact we're making was really special. A time in my life I'll never forget. So it was a lot of fun.
For what it's worth, my kids still say your line when you took the mask from the museum, you said, "Nah, I'm just feeling it. I just want this mask." They still drop that around the house.
Oh man, that's cool. See, stuff like that is cool, man. That's what it's all about.
They just drop it in. Am I right in reading your story, Michael, that before Friday Night Lights, when you'd gone out to LA, it was a bit of a struggle for you, even with the success of The Wire and the other things you'd done, that you were wondering whether or not maybe this was the right thing, and you even considered going back home to Jersey?
Yeah, nothing's guaranteed, right? So even with the success of, The Wire and, All My Children, all that good stuff, there's a lot of talented actors out there. There's a lot of that don't, for whatever reason, kind of make it over that hump, And that show, The Wire, kind of, in real time, it wasn't as popular as it was after the show was over. So, doors started opening up. The right people were watching the shows that I was doing, so slowly things started to catch on. But at first, when I got out here, it's, life of an actor. You're trying to put a string of jobs together where you can survive and stay out here long enough until you can actually figure out what your career is going to be or what projects you can actually, live off of, So I think, in the beginning, I just knew I had a threshold, there was a moment, right? But it's so crazy, they say, right when you get ready to quit, that's the moment. If you just keep going a little bit further, you would have made it, So it's a little bit of that, you have that doubt for whatever reason. You just continue to push through and, and here I am. So it's, obviously I was doing what I was supposed to be doing.
Yeah, not everybody who does well on a TV show keeps pushing, though. Sometimes that's the moment in time and that's the thing they did, but you kept going with Fruitvale and with Creed and all these films. At what point did you feel like you were a movie actor, really? Because you'd had success in television. When did you feel like, okay, now this is my thing, I'm in movies?
Fruitvale for me was the first time that they answered a lot of questions as far as carrying a film, in a movie. But, I still, I'm a real chill guy, you know what I'm saying? So sometimes I gotta, remind myself, you know what I'm saying, of, the blessings and accomplishments that I've had thus far but yeah, I don't believe my own hype. I don't drink the Kool-Aid, you know what I'm saying? I just do the work, man, and try to tell honest stories, and I'm happy that I'm able to make an impact on people and that people enjoy watching my work, and I'll continue to kind of have that attitude and point of view on it,
And part of that progression now is you're going to direct Creed 3, which is amazing. Your directorial debut. I know you're being directed as we speak by Denzel Washington. Is he giving you any pointers on how to do this?
Yeah, everybody is, man. I'll be a fool not to listen to like the greats, and Denzel has so many gems and wisdoms to give. So yeah, man, I'm looking forward to telling the story and finally stepping behind the camera. I feel like I've been in my head secretly, observing from that type of perspective for a long time, and waiting for the right thing or the right opportunity, the right story to be able to tell. And I can't think of a better one than Adonis and Creed. So I'm really excited about this.
Is that going to be a tough thing to do, where you've got to see 360 degrees of the film, and then all of a sudden you got to grease up and get in the ring?
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult. I mean, it's going to be challenging. You know what I mean? It's that's just what it is. But I look forward to it. It's something that, I'm as ready as I'm ever going to be. I don't think you're never fully ready for it, but I'm a jump in the deep end type of guy. So, here we go.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It's funny to hear you say you are a chill guy and you don't get swept up in all the things that have come your way. So how do you react when something like People's Sexiest Man Alive comes to you?
I just smile, man. Hey, look, just smile and enjoy it. Trust me, I got enough people around me, my friends and family, who give me enough that, you know what I mean? It's you know, they keep me pretty grounded and humble. But it's all fun. You know, it's a big target. Imagine all the group chats of all your closest friends, and everything that you do is because the sexiest man alive. It's like, yeah, okay, it's annoying after a while. But
I imagine on one hand it's an honor, on the other hand you go, oh, I'm going to hear from everybody.
Exactly. I mean, my mom and my aunties, you know, and all my like, you know, all the women in my family, it's gold. You know, everybody else, it's a target.
It does seem to me, though, over the last few years, you've become more comfortable with the celebrity thing. Is that fair to say? You've been more open with your private life, and you're in love right now, and you've been very open about that. Is it easier for you to kind of let that wall down a little bit?
I mean, I think, you know, just understanding the industry and all the things that come along with it. You know, it's not all glitter and gold, and it's you know, it's a transition. You know, but still very private, you know, still, you know, keep a lot of, you know, stuff to myself, you know, but there's certain areas of my life that, you know, I chose to put out there. More of a way to be like, all right, it's there. Now we go and move on, right? And just continue to like, yeah, like we can move on. Like it doesn't have to be the private eye trying to dig and find out what's every little thing. So, but yeah, I'm happy, man, and it's and I probably always will, you know, keep that part of my life, you know what I'm saying, to myself, but it's you know, nobody's hiding anything.
Well, that's interesting that you say that, because a lot of people notice that with Lori, you've kind of gone on Instagram, and it sounds like it's a bit of a strategy to demystify it.
No, not a strategy, man. It's just more or less like, this is what it is, and all right, let's keep it moving. Like that's I mean, that's really it, man.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate your time. The film Without Remorse is incredible. We didn't get around to the rivalry with Behringer in Newark, but we'll hit that next time.
We'll get that on the next one.
All right. Michael, thanks for the time. Congrats.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right.
All right, see ya.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day.
Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today, with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Say today all day, I don't know about you, but I love pecan pie. But why is it we only get to eat them on Thanksgiving? Well, Samadada and her baking buddy, Chef Samantha, have reimagined the classic holiday pie for any time of the year. Sama is serving up vegan mini pecan pies that make a perfect sweet snack. And then Samantha makes a stunning maple nut tart that is truly a work of art. It's all coming up next on #Cooking.
So we're just stirring and cooking.
Sama, it smells so good already.
Doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Don't you want this in a candle?
I do. Someone's gonna start making
I'm
candles.
gonna start making pecan pie candles, baby. I am so excited today because I have one of my dear friends and baking queen, Sam Senarana, in the kitchen with me today. We are 6 feet apart for obvious reasons, but we are still #baking buddies.
Absolutely.
I am so lucky because Sam food styled my first cookbook and it just looked so beautiful. We really bonded on set and I'm just so excited to have her with me today. We are going to be making our own unique takes on a pecan pie. I am making my favorite mini vegan pecan pies, and Sam is going to be making a more traditional, delicious, nutty tart. I'm so excited. So let's get into it.
Let's do it. What are you going to do first?
Okay, so we all know this, that everything is a bit cuter when it's in mini form, right? So today I'm making my mini vegan pecan pies. I find that they're the perfect thing to eat and make when I'm craving a pecan pie, but I want something a little bit more bite-sized and shareable. So the first thing that we're gonna do is make my filling. I've heated my saucepan on medium heat, and now I'm gonna start adding my filling ingredients.
Sounds good. What do you got?
Starting with some coconut oil.
Do you keep your coconut oil in the fridge, or do you keep it at room temp?
I keep it at room temp.
I keep it in the fridge.
Tell me why, Sam.
It lasts longer.
There we go. Pro tips from Sam,
But also,
baby.
I think maybe you go through coconut oil so fast that you don't need to keep it in the fridge.
I go through coconut oil probably like 1 jar a week. So after my coconut oil, I've got my pecan butter. A little fancy today with some pecan butter.
That is fancy.
A little fancy. But if you don't have a pecan butter, you can totally use an almond butter. Now, to sweeten this up, I am using some coconut sugar and maple syrup, my favorite sweeteners. They're unrefined. They also have this very warm and delicious caramel taste. I find that especially for this tart, it's gonna get so caramelly, it's gonna taste almost like a toffee. I'm gonna mix this up a bit. And then I'm going to add some of my vanilla extract.
Delicious.
I'm gonna stir my filling for 10 minutes, and then I'm just gonna let it reduce and thicken and smell really delicious. It will smell like a candle. After we do that, after it cooks for our 10 minutes, we're gonna add our almond flour and our flaxseed meal.
Okay.
So we're just stirring and cooking.
Sama, it smells so good already.
Doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Don't you want this in a candle?
I do. Someone's gonna start making candles.
I'm gonna start making pecan pie candles, baby. Before you add the almond flour and the flaxseed meal, you wanna make sure your mixture is reducing a little bit. So you'll notice that it's bubbling up, it's kind of pulling away from the sides of the pan, and then that's a really good time for you to add your flaxseed meal and your almond flour. And it looks like we're there. I'm using an almond flour here just to thicken up the mixture a little bit. And I'm also gonna use some ground flaxseed, otherwise known as flaxseed meal. Do you use this when you make
I do sometimes. I have a dear friend that's vegan, so I try to use flaxseed for her egg replacements.
Flaxseed meal adds some fiber, and we love a fiber moment here. We're stirring this up so the mixture gets nice and thick. The almond flour and the flaxseed meal are really what's gonna help us get it there. Doesn't it smell good?
It smells so good. You all wish you were here.
You wish you were here to smell this.
But you're gonna make it at home, so it's gonna be great.
Yeah, you are gonna make it at home. Please? You'll love it. Finally, for my filling, I'm gonna add my crushed pecans. You can just crush them with your hands, super easy. But I like adding this because it adds texture to the filling, and my crust is actually gonna be more on the cookie side of the spectrum rather than a traditional buttery crust. So it's nice to have some weight to the filling.
Yum.
Crush it up. It's okay if you've got some big or small pieces. You love texture here. Your tart.
It's all about texture.
It's all about texture. I'm so excited to get there. See how it's kind of thickening up? I'm gonna take this off the heat, incorporate those pecans, get it off the heat, and then get to work on my crust.
If we don't eat it first.
If we don't eat it all first. So I'm actually going to use flax eggs to help bind the crust. I know flax eggs don't sound very glamorous, but they are super important in vegan and plant-based cooking. So I'm using 2 flax eggs here, which means I'm going to use 2 tablespoons of ground flaxseed meal, and I'm going to add 5 tablespoons of water to it. Make sure you give it a nice stir. I'm going to let my flax eggs hang out. They can just take a chill pill. And now we can work on the rest of my crust ingredients.
Yum.
Sam's excited. Okay, so I've got my melted and cooled coconut oil and my almond butter here. That's gonna serve as a nice base for my crust. I'm gonna add my almond butter first into my bowl. I'm using a creamy almond butter here.
Yum.
So I want it to be super basic, kind of a nice cookie crust. Now I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil. This is gonna be like my butter for the crust. It's gonna be really delicious and rich. I'm gonna whisk this together so it becomes nice and smooth. And then, to sweeten this crust up, I'm gonna add my favorite, coconut sugar. This is gonna complement the coconut sugar that's in my filling too. So good. Now I've combined my almond butter, my coconut oil, and my coconut sugar. At this point, our flax egg should be nice and thick. As you can see, pretty gelatinous. I know that's also not a cute word, but it's true. It's gonna help us bind.
Can I see, Sama?
Yes. So you can see how it's kind of thick, look at that.
So fast.
Sort of like a gel.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be nice because this is what's gonna help bind our crust instead of an egg. For my dry ingredients, you know how I said it's gonna be sort of like a cookie, cakey crust? The almond flour is really what's gonna help it get there. And I'm using almond flour and coconut flour, which I like to do in tandem because coconut flour is so absorbent, almond flour is so dense, so I find it makes a really nice pairing.
Smart.
Whisk that up nicely. And here's where it gets fun, Sam. We get to combine our wet and dry ingredients. I'm gonna just put this straight into here. It smells so good.
Already.
Right?
It really
Already?
does.
Sometimes I find that this needs a little bit of help to come together, which is why I prepared. Got some almond milk. You can use any non-dairy milk you want, but it's just gonna help the crust become nice and smooth.
So in my crust, I would use butter, lots of butter, and flour, and granulated sugar.
Yeah. As you can see, this dough can be really sticky, so make sure you're armed with a spatula to help your whisk out.
You know it though, at home you'd use your fingers.
At home, yeah.
Yeah.
I do use my fingers when I'm at home. You know what? Are we over it? I'm just gonna
get in there.
Just gonna get in there.
They're the best tool you have.
You always say when you bake to trust your body, which is what I love about you. Can you explain this to me a bit more? Is that your baking philosophy, to trust your body?
That's my baking philosophy. That's why you use your hands, right? So you feel it and you smell it and you use all your senses to sort of figure out what to do next.
We really are hashtag
I
baking
know.
buddies. Okay, so it looks like my crust is nice and sticky, well incorporated, which is gonna be perfect because now all we're gonna do is transfer it to my little mini muffin tin.
You know why I like your dough, Sama?
Tell me, Sam, why you like my
You can
dough.
snack on them because there's no raw eggs.
You know what? It's
I'm
always
a cookie dough lover, so.
It's always a bit of a question on whether or not the dough will make it to the oven for me. So now I've added my crust into my little mini muffin tin. All I'm gonna do is use my finger or my knuckle to create a little bed for my filling to sit snugly on top of, like so. And it's really easy and fun too. You just mold it to the sides of the little mini muffin tin. We're using a little mini cookie scoop to control how much dough we add into the pan so that it's nice and even.
I wish I could help you.
I know, I miss you so much. Oh, I forgot to mention, I did grease this pan with coconut oil, and you want to make sure you do that. Super important because you don't want the pies to stick to the pan.
That would be really sad.
That would be so sad. Now that all of my little cute mini crusts are done, I'm gonna add the filling. Just gonna move this bowl aside. As you can see, this filling has just gotten so thick and it's delicious and it's like a toffee. I'm gonna add it straight into my crust. And it's gonna fit nice and snug in there. Like, they're like little mini tarts, I know. They're so cute. You don't wanna overfill the filling because it will bubble up in the oven when it bakes. So make sure you just level it out. But this guy definitely needs a little more. And see how nice it is that this filling is so textured. It's gonna be so delicious when it caramelizes and cooks in the oven. Finally, just for aesthetics, I'm gonna add a pecan on top of each of these, just to finish it off.
Great.
I can't wait for you to try this, Sam. My little cute vegan mini pecan pies are done, so now they're ready for a little journey in the oven, going in at 350 degrees for about 20 minutes. Yay, now that it's in the oven, I'm gonna clean this up, and Sam, it's time for you to make your tart.
It's my turn.
So
I'm
excited.
gonna get my ingredients.
Cool.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes. With Xfinity X5. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
A classic butter crust is the base for many delicious desserts. It takes a bit of practice to master, but it's worth it. I'm going to show you how to make it. To start, combine flour, sugar, and salt in a food processor and pulse to combine. Now, add the cold butter and pulse until the mixture resembles a coarse meal. Then add 3 tablespoons of water and pulse the dough until it starts to come together. You can add a little more water if you need to. Tip the dough onto a piece of plastic wrap and then shape it into a flat disc. Pop this disc into the fridge and let it chill for at least 1 hour or up to 2 days. On a lightly floured surface, roll the dough into a 10-inch circle. Transfer the dough to a 9-inch fluted tart pan and gently press the dough into the edges. For a nifty little trick, run the rolling pin over the top to trim the edges. Pop the tart shell into the freezer for 15 minutes. Before baking the tart, line the frozen dough with parchment paper and fill the inside with pie weights. This step will help our crust keep its gorgeous shape. Bake the shell at 375 for 15 minutes. Remove the weights from the tart shell and bake again until lightly golden, another 10 to 15 minutes. Now your beautiful crust is ready to be filled.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes. With Xfinity X5. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, Sam, you're making this delicious nut tart. I need all of the details. How did you come up with it?
Well, it's based on a classic pecan pie, but I developed this recipe for my dad because he is a lover of nuts. He loves nuts more than anyone in the world, and every time I go to visit him, he wants me to bring something nut related. So that's how this came about.
Cute. What are we doing first?
I think the first thing I'm going to do is chop my chocolate. So this is a bar of dark chocolate. I am not a chip girl. I know that you are. I find that you can buy better chocolate when it's in bars, and you can control the size, and it melts a little better.
It's nice to have texture too, right?
Totally, and I like having all different varying sizes of chocolate, so every bite's a little different.
Ooh.
So now that's chopped, I'm gonna set that aside, and my filling is super easy. We'll just start with 3 eggs, and look how nice and bright those yolks are.
Can you tell us why you crack your egg on the counter, not the bowl?
It's easier not to get any pieces of shell in your bowl when you crack it on the counter.
Little pro tip.
So I'm just whisking this first, and you want to make sure to whisk it really well, because otherwise you'll have these little pieces of egg white in your mixture, which is not pretty.
Not cute.
So we'll mix this really well, and then we'll just add a couple more ingredients. We're going to add some melted butter.
Delish.
Yum.
Delish.
A little bit of brown sugar. And just like you, I'm using maple syrup. I'm from New England, so I feel very strongly about maple syrup.
Very on brand.
So traditionally, pecan pie is made with corn syrup, which is totally fine if that's what you want to use. I prefer using maple syrup because it has such a delicious flavor. And why not add more flavor? And then now my filling is done, I'm just gonna add my nuts. So for this tart, I am using 3 different kinds of nuts because that's what my dad would like. I'm using pecans, walnuts, and hazelnuts. You could use any mix of nuts that you want. I'm also keeping them whole. I'm not chopping them because number 1, I'm lazy. And number 2, I really like the big pieces of nut. I think it looks really beautiful and just crunchy and nice. And you know, with hazelnuts, they usually come with these little brown papery skins. So you want to make sure you remove that before you bake it. You can do that by just putting them in the oven, 375, for about 8 to 10 minutes until you'll see the flaky skin sort of starts to come off the nut. And then you throw it in a dish towel and rub all those skins off. You can also buy them like that if you wanted to.
So why would we be removing the skins?
The skins actually are a little bit bitter. So you really don't want, I mean, a little bit is kind of okay, but you don't want a lot of that in your final tart.
Yeah, we don't want anything bitter.
All right, so that all goes.
Woo! And you're not chopping your nuts.
No, I'm not. I just think it looks really cute when they're all big and luscious.
Texture, baby.
Texture. We love it. Okay, so that just gets tossed together.
This is super simple.
It's so easy. I mean, pecan pie is the easiest pie there is. But you know why I do it in this tart shell? I want the nut filling and the crust to sort of be equal players.
You want like an even ratio.
I think crust is really important, so.
Oh, I'm there for the crust.
And, of course, we can't forget to add a little bit of salt. You have to season all your sweets just like you season your savory food. It really brings out all the flavor. In the chocolate goes.
Yum. Could you use a different kind of chocolate
Oh
if you
yeah,
wanted?
absolutely.
Okay.
So this is bittersweet chocolate, which is my fave. But you could certainly use milk if you prefer. Okay, this looks nice and well mixed. There's no little bits of egg that haven't been incorporated. It's perfect. So now I'm gonna go on to my crust.
Now I think I know the answer to this question. I think I know what you're gonna say, but could you potentially use a store-bought pie crust?
No. Ready?
Is it time?
It's time. All right, so I'm adding this beautiful filling. Look at that.
I mean, come on.
It already looks pretty delicious. Caramelly, those big chunks of chocolate, nuts.
I love the plot twist chunks of nuts.
Chunks of nuts?
Yes.
It's like the name of a band. You gotta make sure to sort of spread out your nuts a little bit. And be really careful not to let any of the filling go over the sides because that will make it stick to your tart pan, which is a real bummer.
It belongs in a museum for sure. Like, I mean, artiste.
Well, thanks. Well, as you know, I'm also a food stylist. So you want to make sure to spread everything out so that you don't have chunks of nuts on one side. You know, you want it all to bake really evenly. And you want every person to get every kind of nut in every slice. Okay, I think she's ready for the oven. So I'm gonna ask you to do the honors.
I would be honored to do the honors.
375 degrees for 20 to 25 minutes. You'll see it's like puffed all the way through and golden brown.
I'm on it. I'm on it, Sam.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to you today. Nice to have you with us.
We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us?
Yes. There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sam, this kitchen smells amazing.
Incredible.
So good. We made it. We took the journey. I'm so excited to try this. Tell me, how would I serve this?
Right, you gotta get it out of that pan first. So I have a little trick to show you.
Yay.
You need a big can.
Okay.
And now you're gonna pick it up and put it on top of the can. And if everything works according to plan, the sides will just fall off.
I'm stressed. Okay. Okay. We can do it. All right. So I'm gonna put it on top of the can.
With the can in the center.
Magic.
A little tip.
Magic.
Magic.
Okay.
Now you can put it in your plate.
Beautiful. Look at that, though.
Looks good.
Looks so good. All right. Going on my little plate. Okay.
I hope you like
Moment of truth, Sam. I mean,
It's kind of like a cookie now that I'm looking at it.
the Met called. It wants your tart.
You're cute.
Delicious. See, look at all of those whole nuts. I feel like it makes it look so pretty. So cool.
It's very nut forward.
Nut forward. Okay.
It's my turn, Sama.
Yay.
Oh, these look so cute. Ah. They come out so cleanly.
Yay.
They're so, this would be such a good little party snack.
They're
Look how cute
mini,
they are.
bite size. So, you know.
You know what, I'm really into this beautiful caramelized moment, as you would say.
Oh, it's a caramelized moment.
Okay, I'm gonna pick one that has like all that yummy. I wanna see what it looks inside. Look at that. That looks good, Sama.
Thank you.
Yum.
I hope you like it. Good? I'm so happy.
The coconut sugar is so yum.
Right?
That's delicious, Sama.
Thank you, Sam.
It's like rich and chewy and crunchy and coconutty. And
How do you feel about the cookie crust?
I'm into it.
Okay,
I'm
good.
really, I love how thick it is because it's like
It's luscious.
luscious. That's what it is.
Luckily, there's a huge piece of that delicious chocolate right here. This is what I'm going for. I mean, Tim, you shouldn't have, but you did.
For you.
I mean, the chunky nuts are like the perfect complement to the melted chocolate. And the crust?
Butter. Butter is good.
I mean, oh my God. This makes me really happy that we're baking buddies.
Now we can be eating buddies.
I have a request.
Tell me.
Can we bake together more often?
All the time.
Amazing. Great. Sam, I think we have to document this moment so we can remember to do it more often.
Of course.
And take a picture, or a few. You can never have too many. All right, ready?
Yes.
Okay, we need to get the tarts in there.
Easy.
Yeah, oh, perfect. Yeah, that's good.
Good.
Yay! Sam, thank you so much for coming today.
Thank
you are
you.
my OG baking buddy, and I'm just gonna continue to enjoy this.
Yeah, me too,
for
girl.
myself.
Let's do it.
I love us.
Ditto.
I mean, we're so good. We're so talented.
So talented.
Super modest, super humble, but this is really good.
It's good. It's good. Thanks, Sama.
Thank you.
Women learn rules from women's magazines. I can't make a move without consulting Family Circle or Harper's Bazaar. Otherwise, I'd have no idea what shade of red drives a man crazy. Little hint, it's the one with the least amount of fabric involved.
That is part of a stand-up set from Midge Maisel, played by Rachel Brosnahan in the hit Amazon Prime series, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Brosnahan's performance in that role has earned the 30-year-old an Emmy Award and 2 Golden Globes for Best Actress in a Comedy. Born in Milwaukee and raised outside of Chicago, Brosnahan's professional life has been rooted in New York City, which serves as the setting for Mrs. Maisel. Rachel and I got together on a recent snowy day in New York for a safely distanced Sunday sit-down and something new for a pair of New Yorkers, a sightseeing tour through the city on a double-decker bus.
I'm so excited.
You got room for 2 more?
All right. I feel like we're in a movie. Is it snowing? How romantic.
This is magical.
Wow.
13 years after moving here, Rachel Brosnahan still marvels at New York City. You sort of give off New York. Do you feel like you're a New Yorker?
Thank you. My understanding is that the mark from New Yorkers is 10 years, but not one day sooner. This is my tour of New York's Upper West Side. Cafe Lala with the big scaffolding.
Boy, we got here fast, didn't we? Yep.
Got the
It's
You've
that
Got
very
Mail energy.
Hardcore, you've got male energy.
Yeah.
That's what I dreamed New York was like. You know,
Right.
sitting by windows, drinking
Right.
coffee, and
Right.
looking out on the Upper West Side.
Yeah.
Most of New York, it turns out, isn't like that, but
It's a little harder to live here than they tell you about in the movies. Or on television. The New York of the 1950s glitters in The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, the Emmy-winning Amazon series starring Brosnahan as a down-and-out housewife who finds a funny way of landing on her feet.
She's 21 and dumb as a Brillo pad. And I'm not naive. I know that men like stupid girls, right?
Providing a colorful antidote to these gloomy times. Right before we sat down, we literally had the tape measure out so we could have 7 full feet between us.
7. I mean, overachieving. I appreciate that.
Yeah, for you, we added the extra foot.
Thanks, pal.
Is it gratifying in some way to know how many people have been watching The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel during this time?
Yeah, it's been so nice to hear that it made people laugh. The character at the center is someone who leads with hope and joy. I'm grateful to have been able to be a part of something that helps people escape for a minute.
Something happened tonight. You'll work out with Cal where you're gonna go.
Who the hell is Cal? Where is Eddie?
Now, Brosnahan is escaping into a different, darker era, the 1970s, for the new Amazon crime thriller, I'm Your Woman. She plays Jean, a woman on the run after her husband betrays his partners in crime.
Is anybody looking?
Everyone's looking, and they're looking for you, too.
It is Brosnahan's first starring role in a film, and her first time as a producer, under her company, Scrap Paper Pictures.
Jean is an ordinary woman of the 70s who's been thrust into these extraordinary circumstances, and I'm grateful that a woman like Jean has been centered in this genre that's so traditionally male-dominated, and that's our director, Julia Hart.
I like the way Julia described it. She said, I wanted to know what happened to Diane Keaton
Mhm.
in The Godfather once the door closed.
Yep. This is a woman who lives primarily in silence. I felt like I didn't understand her when I first read the script. And for me, that's always the most important marker when choosing to take on a new part, is that I don't get it.
Yeah, but that's such an interesting way to put it. For you, some of that mystery is appealing in a character?
Yeah, it feels like it's an exercise in empathy and a constant challenge, and it's always scary, and that's the dream.
That dream took shape in New York, where Brosnahan, a born and bred Midwesterner, went to college and never left.
Right there. I lived on the Upper West for a while. I lived on 83rd, and we shoot the Stage Deli Diner a couple blocks from where I used to live.
Really good. Do not make me cry at the Stage Deli.
We were living in this tiny, tiny New York apartment and auditioning all the time and just crossing my fingers and hoping that someone would take a shot.
You haven't even asked my name yet.
I apologize.
It's Rachel.
The first big shot came in 2013 when Rachel won a recurring and Emmy-nominated role in the hit Netflix series House of Cards.
Heels are killing me.
I get it now. Why men rule the world. No high heels.
But it was not until she stepped into Midge Maisel's shoes and dresses and hats a few years later that Brosnahan became a household name.
Comedy is fueled by abandonment and humiliation. Now, who the hell does that describe more than women?
Season 4 of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel starts production in New York this month.
Have you gotten used to the yelling on the streets and people knowing who you are, where you go?
No, I don't know that, I'm not sure that's something you can ever get used to. It's always the 6 foot tall dude with this enormous beard who goes, hey man, love the show. Yeah.
Hey, thanks. I haven't played my hometown for a while.
To play a character like Midge, who is not just an extrovert, but a stand-up comic, which is like the scariest profession you can have. How did you approach that when you first started?
It's my worst nightmare. No, it's dreamy in that it continues to be a reach, and that's very exciting. I've tried a lot of things, lots of preparation.
Yeah.
Coffee, lots of coffee. Power posing in the mirror. I've actually tried it. Oh,
What
yeah.
is that? I've never done that.
Oh, you just stand with your feet firmly planted on the ground and put your hands on your hips and hold your head up high and just hope that it comes to you. Hope the confidence comes.
Did you still feel that little pit in your stomach when it's time to get up on the stage and be Midge up there?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think when you feel like you have nothing to lose, you just stand at the edge of the plank every day and make the decision to dive off and just see what happens. It is strange to see times where is the naked cowboy still naked?
Oh, Rachel.
Oh.
Rachel.
Oh.
Rachel.
The naked cowboy.
Naked cowboy.
Naked cowboy. Oh hi. Aren't you freezing?
Wow. Uh-huh.
I don't know that I needed to see that. I had a very New York moment once in the subway over here. I caught Elmo with his pants down and peeing on the wall. Yeah.
You are a New Yorker.
That's what did it.
That's it for me. My name is Mrs. Maisel. Thank you and good night.
I gotta say, she's a trooper too. I offered her a hat, a blanket, whatever she wanted. She said, I'm good. It was cold and it was snowy out there. That 4th season of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel is coming later this year. And I'm Your Woman is available now on Amazon Prime Video. Our big thanks to the great PJ Clark's Restaurant for hosting our conversation. Don't forget to subscribe to the Sunday Sit Down podcast to hear the full-length interview with Rachel Brosnahan. You can find it on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get yours.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
and important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Midge is a woman who is reinventing herself at a time in her life when she didn't think she would need to keep reinventing herself. She's finding her voice in a brand new way. Everything is new. She's discovering who she is and what she wants, and she wears a lot of fantastic hats while she does it.
Abe is, he's a guy who has high standards and high expectations. So he lives in, just a steady state of disappointment and frustration. And but he's a guy who's like his daughter. He's a bit of a fighter, and I think they're they're kind of cut from the same cloth in a way, don't you?
For sure. Yeah.
And he's just he's a man, he's just a man of his time. It's late 1950s, from season 3, 1960, and he's struggling with a sort of cultural shift in his family. So he's a man in crisis right now.
Oh man, I love Midge's first day of work. I love the moment where she tells Abe that she's going to work for the first time, and he
the job at B. Altman.
The job at B. Altman.
Yeah, love that.
And he's trying to make sure that she has all her ducks in a row, and she's very excited to prove to him just how in a row all of her ducks are.
You got a job.
Yes.
You have no resume.
They hired me anyway.
Do you know how to type?
I don't need to.
Okay.
I love everything in the cat